There we go. I lost the power on the mobile, and it was my little toe. It was in the mobile, but I guess that's the good thing when you can actually change the battery on the mobile. Again, this is the last flagship of Android mobiles that actually have the possibility of changing the battery. And as long as there's no other, actually in regards, I don't want to have anything to do with Google anymore, because I can, it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and I'm getting tired of it, the control. So I'm looking on another mobile that is called Librem 5, which is going to be, you have, it's your phone. It's not like lockdown or anything like that, but it is kind of, what shall we say, kind of little expensive compared to the specifications. But again, one have to remember that, they have some other goals, and we don't need the, I've really wondered, looking at these Android systems, they're always going to bigger and bigger resolutions and all that, and I would actually just like more battery time and a quicker mobile and less resolution. But I can't do that, and they some of the things they pretty much have fixed, so you can but I remember the old one I had, and you could really where you could so it's just the resolution that I had on a huge screen in the past, which was, pretty good, I think, which I thought was, was pretty high in regards to resolution, is now on a small screen like a mobile, and actually a lot greater than what I had. It's now on a mobile screen, I would rather get less resolution and longer time and quicker response and all that. But no. We can't have that, apparently. I do wonder if I can just drop these. I've got these pellets. How many? Added about 1 dessert spoon of cacao drops to whole milk in a pan for each mug. Bring to simmer. Well, I guess we'll just put some in and see how it goes. But it's not milk, it's water. But anyway, whatever. I don't have much in the house at the moment. So and that was something I wanted to try out, and I have been trying to eat some of them just to taste them. It's like without sugar and all that. Want to try to get away from sugar, because we have so many. Anyway, getting back to where were we? Oh yeah, in regards to the Librem phone. So the Librem phone is close to getting released, hopefully. Or if they're going to wait to get things in order, but I'm sure they will, hopefully. Well, it seems like they're making quality products in regards of the other things, the laptops and so forward. So I think the mobile will be hopefully the same. But you can change the battery on those mobiles, and this is the last flagship that I have. It's a V20. I think they have like V40 or something like that, or V50 now. But none of them have battery replacement and all that. And why would I ever buy a phone that I can't replace the battery like this, Instead of sitting stuck on a thing, and this smart technology is not so smart, I think, because charging and using the phone at the same time pretty much is, sometimes not enough. And it actually, when you're using the phone and charging at the same time, it's very low in regards of, it goes very, very low in regards to the charge. Anyway. So in regards to the smart charging and all that, I don't think it's that smart. So But in any case, but it's pretty nice to just be able to change your battery on the fly like this. As you can see, I have 93% battery again, and the other battery is now in the charger. So that's nice. And already my first battery for this mobile had broken, So, and then what are you going to do if you can't change the battery? Well, you're either going down to have a mechanic to open your mobile and this and that to change the battery, or you're throwing it out and getting a new one, which is of course what they would like you to do. So, but anyway. So getting back to Alberto Rivera, let's close my screen down here. And let's see if we can get going. So we have the Buchanan and Kierke again, which made a document. That was not okay. Then we have Jimmy Akin. But again, the article that Jimmy Akin is making in regards to the interview with Jack Chick, I think verifies a lot of the things that in regards to Jack Chick, and Let's see if we can go. Apparently there's 2 articles, and here he has an image of Jack Chick, if I remember correctly, and he has put his name on there. Meet Jack Chick, and there he goes. Okay. Anti-Catholic comic book writer artist Jack Chick passed away on Sunday, October 23, 2016. Eternal rest grant to him, O Lord, and may whatever, all these, anyway. It goes into the Catholic Church keeps the name of every Protestant church member in the world in a big computer in the Vatican for use in future persecution. See this track, my name in the Vatican. Well, it was the Inquisition, as far as I understand it, is still in the works. Now they have changed the name of the Inquisition, but they're still in effect in our days. So, and why wouldn't they be in effect in our days? The whore is drunken by the blood of the saints, so you would expect that, Anyway, through the Jesuits, the Vatican runs an extensive conspiracy that includes the Illuminati, the Council on Foreign Relations, international bankers, the Mafia, the Club of Rome, the Masons, and the New Age movement, among others. That is in regards to the 4 horsemen. Okay, the Catholic conspiracy also include creating venomously anti-Catholic such as communism, the Ku Klux Klan, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormonism, and Islam. The Big Betrayal, The Godfather, Alberto Part 3, The Force, Alberto Part 4, The Prophet, Alberto Part 6, and all that. But as you can see, these are pretty huge claims, right? So a lot of these claims would just go right over your head. And also he did forget in regards of mentioning Nazism. Maybe it's because Nazism is one of the, I guess easier ones to actually verify. Because it's, in regards to the Mohammedanism, it's still, that's 400 years ago that, Muhammad is coming around and all that. And that's, but in regards of Nazism is not even 100 years ago. So, and in regards of communism, that is not long either. So, but he forgot to mention Nazism. I think Nazism would be a good place for people to start. In regards to the, 1933, where Germany made a concordant with the Vatican red lines after the war, where the Nazis are fleeing to Catholic countries like Argentina. Oh yeah, by the way, the Jews was in Argentina. That's actually made movies about that. Was in Argentina to get this train guy. What's he called? And they took him back to Israel, and he was hanged. And you can see that, that's you can see the trial and so forward. So again, this is not, this is real. And there's sources in regards to how many Nazis that came to Argentina. There's different numbers and so forward. But anyway, also the Hastasi as well in regards of using the Vatican red lines as well. Anyway, but that's another interesting thing as well. Yeah, all roads leads to Rome. Just get that in your head and begin researching and see where things lead you. So, but in regards to Nazism, also that Hitler was Roman Catholic, that his parents was Roman Catholics, that a lot of those higher Nazis was Catholics. So anyway, and you see the symbols that they use, the eagle, the cookie Jesus on the flag, in regards to the sun symbol as well in the middle of the cookie Jesus, which of course if you go and investigate in regards of Roman Catholicism and this, that is a sun religion, there's so much in regards of the sun thing, Sol Invictus in regards of Christ Mass. You see the Mass being done in television from Rome, where the Antichrist is doing his abominations and bowing down to idols and images and kissing and all that. You have Sunday in regards to the venerated day of the sun god. The Antichrist has the title Pontifex Maximus. Well, Constantine, who was the high priest of sun worship, was Pontifex Maximus. So anyway, you have all these things. You just get in the fight, people. Stand for the truth. So Jig's material is weirdly compelling. It is amateurish, lurid, ham-fisted, and viciously hateful at times, but is intense and sometimes. I don't think it really was hateful in any way. I don't remember being hateful. I just remember showing the truth, or at least, showing a lot of things that is hidden from a lot of people. And again, in regards of the Trojan horse and all that, just be careful. Again, I was viciously attacked by this. I don't know. Again, I had two options. Either I opened the door for Satan in regards of attacking me, or he did really not want me to have this information. I don't know. In any case, I really had some intense spiritual things going on at that point, and thereby in the end I destroyed the magazines. Because I thought that was and I'm thinking Satan is a very clever deceiver and all that, and we're told not to depict God. And in regards to the cartoons, there is occult symbols in these, and when I came out of the occult, one thing you begin is to, I think I'm not the only one, begin to destroy these symbols. I think I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only one actually doing this. When you come out of the occult, you begin to destroy all your things in regards of symbols and this and that. And so having, these magazines filled, some of them filled with occult or having occult symbols didn't really seem right to me either. And besides that, also depicting God. That's two things that so again, it would be a very, very, very sneaky deception to, if, in regards of a Trojan horse, if Satan could get an accursed thing in your household and so forward, anyway. But there was a lot of truth in the magazines, that's for sure, that's, I absolutely, can't reject that, A lot of the things that I knew from the occult was, found in these magazines, and and other things that I don't know or couldn't verify. But the thing is, when you first yourself have experienced some of these things, it's easier to accept other things. But again, of course, one should be careful about. When people say, well, that's only the physical and this and that and all that, because they never have experienced anything spiritual, well, it doesn't make it true. Just because you don't believe in this, that you, in regards of the spiritual and all that, it doesn't mean it's not there. And you have multiple other people actually telling you about it, and yet you just reject those testimonies because you have never experienced it for yourself. I was the exact same thing that I was myself. In some sense, I did actually have some experience when I was a child, but not. Usually you just put it on the back burner in some sense. But I guess children are probably more open to some of these things. I'm not sure. But that seems to be the... It smells actually pretty good, this water with chocolate. It actually smells like chocolate milk, and that was the idea, and of course without any sugar. Let's see if I can find a cup for it. There we go. Fungus loves sugar, so I also said that cancer loves sugar as well. But anyway, some believe that dandelion roots are, a help against cancer. But it's very bitter. It's not bad actually, but anyway, let's see here. Now there's a lot of ideas and things in regards of anti-cancer things and all that. But one of the things is dandelion roots, and I'm like, it shouldn't hurt anyone taking dandelion root tea and all that. And of course, you can just eat it as well, but it's very bitter, But some believe that there's something in dandelion tea that kills cancer. Anyway, or the fungus maybe. Anyway, seems there's a link between fungus and cancer. But anyway, since he first began publishing them, Chick has distributed over 500 million, making him the most published comic book author in the world. That's interesting. Yet little is known of him. The 79-year-old Chick is a recluse. His office does not give tours. He never allows his photo to be taken, and he never ever gives interviews. Little is known about him beyond what is revealed in the biographic. His website is chick.com. And in regards to the interview, actually, he also talks about that one of the reasons that he doesn't. I think this is the interview, that he doesn't give images out of himself because, like, for example, they're getting death threats, and also from the Mohammedans. In regards of he really did, and wouldn't that be that would be looking at other people getting death threats and being protected from the Mohammedans because they can't handle the truth and so forward. That wouldn't be a surprise if Jack Chick actually also got those things. So that might be a reason why he didn't really want to show his face and all that. I can see but as I see it, truth doesn't hide behind a mask, but that's just me. So that's one of the things that I had in regards to the truth movement as well, which I was part of at some point, looking for the truth after, 9/11 and all that happened. But then they began with this mask, this Guy Fawkes mask. Of course, I just didn't like that people are hiding behind a mask. And actually, it also looks very devilishly. But anyway, I didn't like the idea, and it seems like, something was overtaking the truth movement at that point. So I pretty much released me from that somewhat. And later on, of course, I found out in regards of the Guy Fawkes mask, it's in regards of Catholics again, trying to blow up the Protestant Parliament. Why would you ever walk around with a mask like that? Also, by the way, some history in regards of England that they burned instead of burning witches, so-called witches, on which we do in Denmark. That once a year they make this witch and they put it on the and burn the thing and all that. But as I understand it, in England they had after the Catholic had tried to blow up the English Parliament, they had this idea of making a bonfire or a fire with the so-called Pope. So I guess as English people, you might be a little, well, just a little bit angry when a foreign power is trying to blow up your country's parliament full of Protestants. So so the Antichrist can get control over your country again, which is the so-called Pope. So as I understand it, they had this tradition that they were burning just to show what they believed about in regards to this filthy system. Anyway, let's see here. But I do understand the idea that in regards of Jack Chick, that would probably be Mohammedans that would love to kill him off, or in regards of death threats and all that. He pretty much was out there picking a lot of So I do understand why that could be an issue. But this article from this Roman Catholic goes into where it actually just seems to me to verify who Jack Chick was and actually make more weight on. Of course, he tries in regards to this Rolex things, a fancy gold wristwatch and, a Rolex ? Whatever. Yeah, it might just be a cheap watch, who knows. I don't know. But anyway. And he goes in, that the kind that you could afford if you sold 500 million tracks. Yeah, well, I don't think, if you're a Christian, you wouldn't be in it for the money. And again, if you want to die, anyway. I could imagine that he got a lot of death threats, that's for sure. So, but he goes over to him and, he finds him, go over to him and ask him, are you Jack Chick? And he says, I am. He replied, smiling warmly, what's your name? Jimmy Aiken, I replied. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. We shook hands and he asked me, what do you do? I'm an evangelist. And so forward and so forward. And he actually tells him he's a Catholic. Later on, here, see, but anyway, you can go read the article on yourself. You just search and you'll find it. Here Jack says, Alberto was murdered, Jack informed me. So here we see Jack reply, talking, that he believed that Alberto was murdered, so he's confirming this. So that this was just be another, source of, in regards of people that actually was in the, around Alberto. He says, well, I understand that he had cancer, but beyond that, I'm not aware of anything, I replied. And then Jack goes on to say, oh yes, he was murdered. Jack said, an ex-member of the Irish Republican Army had told him of 2 poisons, one of which causes cancer, and that was what they gave him. I see, he says. I don't know. Anyway, again, it's hard to know what is, when you haven't been there yourself, it's really hard to... here we go in regards to the death threats from Muslims. And would that be surprising? He's releasing these cartoons in regards of the Mohammedans, and I think he's also depicting Muhammad actually. He's depicting Muhammad as well would it be a surprise if he actually get death threats from the Muslims or the Mohammedans? No, of course not. That would be pretty. We see that that other people are getting issues from the Mohammedans. Let's taste this. Maybe it's better with some good what is it called? Milk. I have to try that. You can still taste its water and all that. Anyway, sorry, he smiled, knowing what I was thinking. We have to draw the line somewhere. Don't let my pictures be taken. I'm on too many hit lists. And would that be a surprise? This guy is just shaking the tree of the world. Question mark? Yes, we get death threats every week from the Mohammedans or the Muslims. I don't like the use to the Muslims, but the Mohammedans. And he talks about, we get them too, I said, thinking of the periodic threats we get at Catholic answers from various groups, though not Muslims in particular, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But in regards, I could absolutely believe that that they are getting death threats in regards of, because again, Mohammedans don't like people depicting Muhammad, and of course, in regards of exposing their whole filthy religion, that might be a problem as well. Instead of actually coming up with some good arguments and looking into if it's true or not, I still have some things that to look into in regards of, but it does look like it's actually going in the direction that the Mohammedan faith was created by Rome. But in any case, it's from Satan. That's at least fact. That's a solid fact that the Mohammedan faith is clearly from Satan. The question is if Rome created and controls them, and it just seems like it also goes in that direction. There are some things where I'm looking into in regards of where you can see what the Mohammedans believes, and I've talked to some of these Mohammedans, and they say, well, no, Muhammad wasn't talking to Roman Catholics; he was talking to some kind of other Christians. But if we look on the doctrines in regards to the Mohammedan faith, for example, on the Mary doctrine, because a lot of the Mary foolishness that the Mohammedans have, funny enough, the Roman Catholics have. Believing in the same exact fallacy. So, that's, of course, very interesting, but the Christians that they say that Muhammad had contact with, the question is, what did they actually believe in regards of Mary? Because if you can actually see that it goes to support what Rome's believe, but not what the other Christians are believing, well, then that seems to be going then in the direction of Rome again, right? Anyway. But this is one of the magazines from Alberto saying that he was taught this in regards of what was going on and all that. And I've seen some of those that's, like the last I saw was a woman that tries to refute that. And her arguments was just so bad. And I would like to know her background if she's actually a Roman Catholic, Because, of course, if she's a Roman Catholic, she has to try to discount it, and refute it and all that. And I think her arguments was very bad. And she's trying to say, oh, this is, and this is blah, 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 and blah, slander and blah. Well, the arguments he makes is just, are just incredible bad. I think I actually, did I write on her... I think I actually wrote in regards of I'm not sure if I actually, the problem with my account is it's connected with the other account that is closed down. So, so there's a lot of problems actually getting into the older account, because when you have one blocked, you're not allowed to, they lock you out of the other one, or you need to go on another machine, or that doesn't know that, you're connected with it's really, it's really annoying. So that's Google crazy again, of course, and that's one of the reasons, of course, I don't like Google or Anyway, so this is the article. You can go read it yourself. You can find it on Yakin or Catholic.com. So, of course, we know that Jesus is talking about a parable where the good seeds and the bad seeds are growing up together unto the harvest. Well, the harvest is yet future, so with this to be expected that this is going on in the world, if Jesus was telling the truth, right? And he was, of course, because Jesus was God and he knows the beginning from the end. So anyway, well, there's still the what do you call it, the yeah, but anyway, Christian bookstores into submission, including the Christian bookseller. Yeah, so they're just, they're showing how, oh no, I'm on the wrong page here. Let's see. Okay, okay, I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, my bad. The Christian community, this is check.com. The Christian community jumped on the bandwagon, both Catholics and Charismatics. Christians pounded most of the Christian bookstores into submission. So again, I wouldn't, in regards to the charismatic and all the charismatic so-called gifts and all that. And again, you have to remember the demons are out there as well, and they're using, their tricks as well. You think the pagans was just, deceived by, there's demons around, doing things. So, yeah, actually, Luther also did understand in regards to these Mary, or what, where they see, but anyway, yeah. He also understood that the demons was working behind the facade, or behind, anyway. Christians pounded most of the Christian, and that's in the document from 1537. Let's see if I can find it here. I have it here. A little more pages than I thought in regards of getting to the front. The small celt articles from 1537. So Luther talks about that in those. Also talking about the utmost abomination of the papacy mass. Where did my pencil go? Oh, I lost my pencil for the mobile. That's great. Well, it's not great actually. Where did it go? Oh well, I can use my finger as well, but maybe I didn't have. Anyway, okay. Just easier to use the pencil. Maybe I have it. Nope. Sometimes it's sitting in the ear without one realizing it. Oh, nope. I've ordered more of these pencils, but I haven't gotten them yet. Oh, there we go. They have a way of breaking after some time. Sadly, they are not made indestructible, and actually, I guess a pencil is not made to last, in our days. But it would have been nice if it just lasted a little longer. But these are just, you can let's see if I can show it to you. And these are the best one that I've found, but they break. But it's when you have a big phone, still have it's not that, but it's a. I'm not sure how big it is, but it's a good size phone anyway. But when you have and it's just nice to have one of these. Of course, you can get phones where you actually get one with you, which is lasting, forever in some sense, or at least a very long time. I had another mobile where you actually had that, and it was just, it just works. It was, of course, in some sense better. It had some of the things it had that was more positive than this, But of course, this has some other so there's strength and weaknesses in both of the things. But you could actually just hover over the screen, and then when I had unlocked it, you can then show where you were hovering, and thereby I could hover over something and then show something without actually touching the screen. Because when you touch the screen, then the mobile will. So that was a great thing. So I don't have this with this one. So let's see here, and of course these brakes, but if you need a pencil as well, you get both a pencil and this thing for the mobile. So yeah. But mostly I use them for the mobile. And they also have some, the ink in these are so good. But apparently it's very hard to get these pencils in Denmark anymore. And it's very sad because they were so good. I found a place on Amazon that you needed to buy something else. You needed to buy for such and such much money. And then you could get it as an extra bonus, with the package, still paying for them and all that. And besides that, they have made it, pretty much, Amazon was so nice in the past. You could just order anything and everything, without any problem. But the last couple of years, or maybe more than the last couple of years, they just banned more and more things from being sent to this nation or this country. It's very annoying because it was so easy. You just went on the Amazon, you found what you wanted, and you got an order, and they would send it to you, and usually it would work pretty good. But in the now it's like, oh, we're not sending to Denmark. 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 And so you have all these where they don't send to Denmark. And I have no idea why they wouldn't send to Denmark. What power there is behind this that they're not sending to Denmark, Anyway, Alberto's wife told me my friend was murdered. Alberto's wife told me my friend was murdered. Oh, no, is this still? Okay, okay. This is chick, okay. So why? Because they are bound hand and foot to Rome. Okay, yeah. Alberto's wife told me my friend was murdered. Alberto himself told me before his death that they had poisoned him. Rome had silenced her enemy. But it not a surprise if they actually did poison him, because there's not something that is not they have different ways of killing people off without they have all these ways of, it's disgusting. But anyway, so even if it looks natural that a person dies, you absolutely cannot be sure that it is, because they have their way. Like the other guy that actually exposed that the two guys that was heading for the president was both in the secret group of Skull and Bones, in regards of, what is it called? I can't even remember what they're called. Bush, and the other guy, and he asked them, both of them, in regards of Skull and Bones, and on television. He died. He might have been murdered. For exposing that. Anyway, okay. So, isn't it a little strange that the two nominees for becoming presidents are both Skull and Bones? Both in the same, both in the same, but anyway. Alberto himself told me before his death that they had poisoned him. Rome had silenced her enemy, but as long as I'm still around, those books will be available. So, Alberto himself told me before his death that they had poisoned him. Rome had silenced her enemy, but as long as I'm still around, those books will be available. And now, because we have the internet, if just one book survives, if Rome doesn't destroy every single book of a book, just one book can easily get on the internet and be spread all over the world in these days. It's wonderful. We have one of these places where people are just, standard people are are scanning in books and uploading them. And the wonderful thing is that many of these things are, without copyright. And copyright, I think, is of the devil. But anyway, that's my view on it. But any case, I hate copyright. I absolutely hate copyright. I think it's it's just disgusting. I think, but many of these old books that are actually worth more than many of the new ones that we have, because we don't know anything in our days. So when you go in the past books and they are without copyright because they are older of nature, well, that's very nice. Of course, there are some old books where the letters are different, so we will have to, more people would have to, and of course, maybe the technology in the future will actually make it available, so the technology can translate it automatically into nowadays letters, and that of course would open up a huge amount of resources as well. But it is, I have some of these old letters. I'm still working at it, but practice. You get better over time. But a lot of these old sources are using these old kind of letters. So at some point you will, hopefully be able to read it without any problem. But anyway, I think it would be worth it in regards of all the sources there actually is from the past. And I have Danish sources in regards of the Antichrist and this and that, and some interesting sources, but anyway. There's a lot of things to read. A huge amount of things to read. Alberto himself told me before his death that they had poisoned him. Rome had silenced her enemy, but as long as I'm still around, that would be Chick, I guess, speaking. Let's see. 2006, I don't know when Alberto was actually... when Jack Chick died. Oh yeah, Jack Chick, President, Chick Publications. Okay, using a fine title. I would probably have used the word brother instead, but anyway, whatever. Where was it? Maybe I should just take it from the top. Did we actually? We didn't really start on the top, did I? Okay. A message from Jack Chick about Alberto Rivera from 2006. Dear ones in Christ, last Saturday morning I reread The Force written by Alberto Rivera, a man I love who had more courage than anyone I ever knew at that time. I grieve over the fact that the Roman Catholic system had the power to block the Alberto comic book series. Only a few bookstores have the courage to continue carrying them. And again, we have verification about that from also attackers of Alberto. Anyway, carrying them. And I can understand the pressure they face, the insults and threats they had to endure. How sad that the message was blocked when it is so desperately needed by the precious souls deceived by this prostitute church. And church in regards of, what is it called, colon or something like that. How could the Vatican pull this off? True traitors, how do you say traitors in English? Traitors? Actually, one of the guys, by the way, as I understand it, tried to infiltrate Jack Chick as well. It might actually have been Gary Metz that they talked about. I'm still trying to, there's a lot of new names and this and that. So, so I'm still, I might make a mistake here and there. Just be aware of that. But I'm trying the best that I can. How could the Vatican pull this off? I'm sure if I'm going to look more deep in this subject and use more time on it, that I'll probably get more and more, Anyway, how could the Vatican pull this off? True traitors, deceivers, and those who swallow the Vatican lies. And that he would, that's true. The Vatican is this filthy institution. There's absolutely, no doubt about that. It's just read the Bible, look at history, and don't, I don't understand how 1.2 billion people can be deceived by this, and this system, in regards to the Roman Catholic, it's just insane. It's just insane. It's just outrageous. Anyway, my first encounter after publishing Alberto came from the Bible Answer Man. So my first encounter after publishing Alberto, that would be the first cartoon, I guess, if I remember correctly, came from the Bible Answer Man, Walter Martin, yeah. And that's the guy that, you can find issues with. And again, I could write the list down, what I found of issues and all that. And I'm sure if I dig more into it, I could probably find even more issues. But, I think I have enough issue to, But that is not, of course, not to say that he's not telling some truth about, other cults and all that. It's just interesting that he wouldn't go for the mother whore of them all. Anyway, I was stunned until Alberto told me he had a list of Christians on the Vatican safe list. Though sympathetic to Catholicism and actively protecting her. And Martin was on top of the list. Well, looking at it, it seems pretty credible that Walter Martin was defending the Roman Catholic insane asylum and yet attacking, a lot of other groups. Later I found that Martin had gone through Catholic schools. Well, then I could understand why he opposed us. And that, again, I haven't looked into that because I can't remember if I... that would be something to look into, because they would want to be honest, right, about, in regards to things. So I guess maybe one could look Walter Martin up on Wikipedia and see what schools he was going to and see if that is the case. That would be one way. Actually, that doesn't really taste that bad, actually, and it's without sugar. Now, of course, if you actually take out sugar off your diet, you will get more less, it will be, if you take out sugar off your diet and you go down and buy a chocolate bar after like a year, something like that, or half a year maybe, it will just taste like sugar. Just pure evil sugar, it's like why are they putting so much sugar in it, But if you're just not, if you're just used to the, all the sugar they pour in us, you wouldn't, you don't really, then you're accustomed to it and all that. But anyway, let's go on. But then Christianity Today, that magazine, I guess, with the Gary Metz, I guess, it's just easier to just go directly to the source. And but then Christianity Today dealt us a devastating blow. An article so-called exposing Alberto as a fraud. My goodness, why? This publication was founded by the great Billy Graham. And again, Billy Graham, we have some issues in regards to that guy as well. So again, wouldn't be, that's another red flag. Again, So, my goodness, why? This publication was founded by the great Billy Graham, whom I loved and supported. And in regards of Billy Graham, you can look in regards of, there's at least one book and other sources talking about this removal of the whole chapter of Roman or Christian history. And Billy Graham bought the rights to the book, and then it was just removed. So, why would you remove Christian history from the book? Well, maybe because there was too much exposing the Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church. But again, I have to read it all, and I've only read I think it was 1.5 hour I read aloud on YouTube, but of course that's deleted now. But I really should probably make more, better information. I'm just going on the fly, I guess. I'm not that good at just keeping, for example, Jörg, that is making a lot of videos. What's it called? Jörg Juggler 66 or Juggler 66 or something like that, whatever. But he's making and Tom Fresh. Tom Fresh and Jörg is making and they're much better to actually keeping to the point, in regards to the book. And they are reading aloud a lot of old books. That's very interesting, I can tell you. Oh my, what a surprise when I learned that his big campaign in Los Angeles that made him famous was backed by the Roman Catholic William Randolph Hearst. Then I learned that Graham had very powerful friends in high places, and some believe he was actually also, or that he is a Freemason as well, or was a Freemason. I'm not sure if I think actually he's dead now, but I'm not sure. Anyway, friends in high places, one including the Pope, and I think he had at least one meeting with the whatever. Anyway, many on Billy Graham's staff are Masons, and again, why would you be a Mason if you are a Christian? And that's the problem we also have in Denmark in regards of the priest. And Graham even received an honorary degree from a college. Okay, so Graham even received an honorary degree from a Catholic college. Oh, huh. That's the thing. Of course, one could have been, but it's just an interesting thing, because if you have been in regards of a Catholic college or Catholic institution, that's at least a link that are possible, Then I understood Christianity Today's attack on Alberto Rivera's comic books. And he has books in plural at that point, okay. So I haven't read the article in regards of Christianity Today's attack on Alberto Rivera, so that would be a source to, check out again and try to see if one could. But anyway, years later, I received word from a contact who had Interpol, CIA, and FBI connections. They checked out the articles in Christianity Today and discovered that not one of the charges made against Alberto Rivera could hold up. By the way, again, the CIA, Catholics in action, but anyway. But the damage was done. There was something in regards to the intelligence service that the Roman Catholic Church had have the most effective intelligence service, even in regards of all the others out there, like the CIA or KGB or whatever, Apparently it seems like, the Catholic Church had the ultimate intelligence service. So I wouldn't be again in regards of having the name in a computer somewhere and all that. I don't think it would be a surprise. Rome have this. When you begin to look at the puzzle pieces, just Rome have this sick urge to know everything and anything. Just so it wouldn't be a surprise if they actually had this system. I've also heard about systems where they have green cards, yellow cards, and red cards. And if you're a red card, that's not so good. In regards of the, Roman. Yeah, well, of course, it's probably good in regards of believing in Jesus Christ and keeping to the truth and all that, because that might be the reason why you are on a red card. But I haven't really, it's not something that I have verified or something like that, Again, that might, some of the things might not be true and so forward, but then again, some of these extraordinary claims, when you find out it's actually true, then, it's like, so anyway, but the damage was done. The Christian, and actually would be nice if, I do wonder in regards of, was Alberto for real, how much information they actually have in regards of when it was published and so forward, if they have more information on it. But anyway, I'll have to get that book. There's no way around it. I have to get that book and see what is said in that book, because that would be, he's the guy that is getting attacked. So I have to get that book. Because again, Alberto was speaking a lot of truth. I know that a lot of the things he said was true for sure. But again, I still, in regards of, it's just, I'm irritated not knowing what is the facts, I'm irritating to if it's like a double deception, or if Alberto was for real, or if it's, if it's a deception on a deception on a deception, or or if it's like this, if it's this, what was it called? This, I can't remember, the horse thing, where they get it into the city, a Trojan horse, if it's a Trojan horse or what, to maybe get cursed items into the Christian home. Yeah. Because, at that point, Satan has to be very, 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 very slick to try to destroy the Christians and try to, and as I can see, Satan has a deception on every single level. But again, looking at Alberto's magazines, and when I read them many years ago, I don't know when it actually was in regards to when I guess chick publications shouldn't, they should probably have when they, I don't know how many things they actually sell to people in Denmark, so I don't think it would be that many, so they would be able to find me and my name and so forth in their database if they have one, in regards to what they have. I don't know if they have one, but anyway, maybe they don't, maybe that would be I don't know if they actually have, because a database like that might actually be I guess a danger for those that are I don't know. Anyway, if the Roman Catholics could get a database for seeing who is actually getting these, if they, anyway, okay. The Christian community jumped on the bandwagon. We already wrote that, didn't we? No, but the damage was done. The Christian community jumped on the bandwagon, both Catholics and charismatics. Sorry, my nose is a little blocked here. Christians pounded most of the Christian bookstores, or Catholics and charismatic Christians pounded most of the Christian bookstores into submission, including the Christian Bookseller Association CBA. Why? ? Because they are bound hand and foot to Rome. Alberto's wife told me my friend was murdered, and in regards to my friend, that would be Alberto, was murdered. Alberto himself told me before his death that they had poisoned him. Rome had silenced her enemy, but as long as I'm still around, those books will be available. I encourage you to read what Alberto said, because it's all true. So he says, I encourage you to read what this is a valid source from Chick Publication. This is their own page. So this is their, it's not secondhand information. It is directly from Chick Publication. I encourage you to read what Alberto said, because it is all true. That's interesting. But our expose of the Great Hall of Revelation is still causing waves. But our expose, expose. And again, maybe the reason why I was attacked and got this urge that I got, maybe it was because the demons just, went at me at that point. I don't know. But again, the two options I can see. There's only two options. The exposure of an imposter or a fraud.
Expose.
Okay, expose. The exposure of an imposter. Well, yeah, the so-called poop is an imposter, that's for sure. Or fraud. Unmasking. Exposure. Yeah, okay. Okay. I encourage you to read what Alberto said because it's all true, but our expose of the great hall of revelation is still causing waves. It may be only a bleep on a screen of time, but it might be only a bleep on the screen of time, but the overall Christian community. We have a problem in regards to the connection again. And I'm even running 4G. You see, there's no possibility that the connection can be bad because I'm running 4G at the moment, and yet the program makes issues. So it must be something else. Maybe it's YouTube's connection. Maybe it's the mobile's hardware not following along. But I'm not even having my video or anything else, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'll just move a little around, but I don't think it will help. Again, I think it's because I'm running on 4G. I should have huge amount of I guess I'll just try to reconnect maybe to the. Again, I don't know why this is happening. Okay, is it man-made problem? Because you can look at some of these people from the insiders that can make issues and all that, and is it a technical thing? But where is the issue then, and so forward? But it's because it doesn't seem like it's a problem with the connection that I have. I don't know. I can't remember. I think I also had the same. I think I had the same issue when I had the other. When I had the other. What is it called? The other company as my. The phone company and all that. And as you can see, I'm on 3G. I'm full. I have full signal, and I'm absolutely not using my whole upload that I have. So. And on 4G, I'm absolutely not using my, because that's a huge amount you have on 4G. Anyway, so he says, and it actually seems to have stopped complaining, so that's nice. But that's interesting, of course, why it would then, it's interesting. But anyway. But as long as I'm still around, those books will be available. I encourage you to read what Alberto said because it is all true, according to Jack Chick. He says, this is all true. But our expose of the great hall of revelation is still causing waves. It may be only a blip on the screen of time, but the overall Christian community ignores it because we are moving into the great falling away spoken of by the Apostle Paul. I do have issues with Paul, so that would actually be another issue that I would have in regards of. It would be interesting if I could actually contact them and actually get them to stamp out, make one for me, for example, having the ideas that I have and without this heaven-hell doctrine and all that, and ask them if they would be, they could use it for whatever, I don't care, copyright is of the devil and all that, so if I could give them the ideas and whatever and ask them, would you be willing to make such a tract, something that I could because I really would like to have, something that I could hand out. That was the reason why I bought all the chick tracks that I could get. I got all of them from the website. And I former said 150 and 160. I might actually have been more. It might actually have been over 200. I'm not entirely sure, but I got a huge bunch of these tracks. Had a huge amount. I ordered everything they had, and now of course they didn't have all of those that they have made over time and all that. But I got a huge amount. I still think it was 100 and some of 50, but it might have been more. I might be wrong. It's many years ago. In any case, the problem is I read every single one and I actually put some of them aside, some of them that I thought was very important in regards in regards to the Mohammedan faith and Roman Catholicism. Some of those that really, really hit the nail on these truths, and I put them at the side. But I ended up destroying them all because of these spiritual attacks that I was getting. But again, it might just be because the demons didn't want me to begin to spread things and all that. I don't know. It might be the case. But I was afraid that I was that I was cursing myself with So again, I just don't. I haven't had the ability to discern what was going on at the point of time. So I did also have some other in regards of Win Wally, but he was into this doctrine of speaking in tongues, or the Confucian tongues, or babble tongues. Which you can find in so many pagan religions as well, and all that. And that would, of course, be the opposite of actually intelligent, intelligent speech and all that. But anyway, he was promoting this doctrine of doing this 20 minutes a day or something like that. And no go, absolutely no go. But he had a lot of interesting stuff as well in his pamphlets, but I destroyed them as well. But he has in regards to Freemasonry and gambling and other things like that. But in regards to this tongue thing and all that, I know absolutely no go. And he was also speaking against the Roman Catholic Church and all that. But again, we still have to remember that there are people speaking against a lot of speaking against a lot of the lies and deceptions, and yet still being of that system, trying to fool the people. But he was also talking about, the magazines of Alberto, and in regards of a book, in regards to the nun and all that. So I really have difficulties with the things, and anyway. So it says, the great hall must gather. Okay, let's see. It may only be a blip on the screen of time, but the overall Christian community ignores it because we are moving into the great falling away, spoken of by, he says, the Apostle Paul. Again, I think Paul actually was the enemy that sows the bad seed. But anyway, that's my view, and I'm getting a lot of flack from Christians about it. But Luther also used Paul so much, and Luther ended up having, sadly doing some things that was not so good. But it's not, but he also did some things that was good. So it's not like, but just be aware that, but in any case, that's another subject, of course, that I'm, the closer you get to the Bible and get to Jesus, the more you will get in conflict with the world, But again, if I flip a Jesus and someone flips a Paul, who are you going to trust? If you can see, okay, I flipped a Jesus and you flipped a Paul, usually it's the other way around. They flip a Paul and I flip a Jesus. Bad expression, I guess, but that's the best that I can do. So they say, oh yeah, but this and this, because Paul says, and they flip a Paul. And I'm saying, well, Jesus says this. So who are you going to trust? If you can see there's a conflict here between Paul and Jesus, who are you going to follow? Who are you going to trust? I'm standing with Jesus. I'm standing with, I'm going with God, Absolutely, that's the highest authority. If we have Jesus and we have Paul, Jesus is the greatest authority. So if Paul says something that seems to actually go against what Jesus is saying, I don't care what Paul says. I absolutely don't care what Paul says, but I do care what Jesus says. So if Jesus says something, and it conflicts with Paul, I'm going with Jesus. That's just the way it is. And there shouldn't even be a question about that. If Christians are called to be disciples of Jesus Christ, not Paul, okay? So again, if Jesus says something, Paul says something else, and you can see there's a conflict, who are you going to go by? Jesus, of course. Jesus. And that was also in regards of Andreas Karlstad, that in regards of the Jesus words, that these words was heavier than the words of Paul. And the same thing, I think the Anabaptists also understood, that they, the words of Jesus was heavier than the words of Paul. So the focus was on Jesus, which of course it should be on Jesus, because Jesus is the one that we're called to follow. Anyway. Oh, my nose. Oh, it's really bad. 2 seconds. Oh, maybe a little more than 2 seconds. Oh, my nose. Yeah, I guess the cacao doesn't help on it. That's when I'm talking a long time, I get all this. I don't know if other gets it as well. If it's only me that have that problem, or maybe it's just because people don't usually talk like, and usually I don't talk like this as well. But I've talked, nonstop for over an hour, and sometimes it's 2 hours and 3 hours, and I just get up, I just get blocked up in behind my nose, and just become greater and greater, and just makes it harder for me to speak. And it doesn't seem like the cacao is helping at all either. But if I remember correctly, I actually knew about that already. I had an idea that might not have been so good. But anyway, so that's stupid of me. Anyway. But the overall Christian community ignores it because we are moving into the great falling away spoken by the Apostle Paul, so-called apostle. Remember, Paul never walked with Jesus, He never was one of the 12 apostles that walked with Jesus, slept with Jesus, heard Jesus, and so forth. And according to Paul himself, all Asia left him. And you have to wonder, why would all Asia leave him? And Asia is the place where Jesus is making John write, the Apostle John write to the 7 congregations. And Asia Minor is the place in the world where it's like the great place, as far as I can see, of light in the world in regards to Christian truth. Sadly, we have lost a lot of information. We still have, but we can see the conflicts of Asia Minor and Rome and so forward. In regards of Easter and Passover, they were still keeping Passover according to the Bible. In regards of so-called Jewish tradition, what according to the Torah, the Bible, like what Jesus was doing. But Rome didn't like that. They were keeping Easter, and over time, Satan won, and now we're all keeping Easter instead of Passover. And in regards to 325 of the Council of Nicaea, if you look at the last part of the document, you can see how happy they are that they are now in agreement of all being in error in regards to the Roman tradition of Easter. It's just stupid. So stupid. Anyway, we also see the in regards to the Sabbath, turning it to so-called, Sunday in regards to the venerated day of the sun god. Of course, again, Rome in regards to, pagan sun worship and all that, and Christmas coming in the 4th century, and in regards of this Chrysostom guy, and saying, oh yeah, but in regards to Rome, they knew this and that, and so he's attacking the real festivals of the Bible and promoting falsehood. Oh my, they already, they have always been at it from the very first century. And Alberto Rivera is in agreement in regards with that, and already, it's just, he just verifies that as well, yeah, so yeah, it's just, how could this guy be a fake, a fraud, it's just really, I guess they really have been able to sow doubt in people like me as well, and I don't know. It's just, it might be controlled opposition. I don't know. Yeah, it's just still, as you can hear, I'm having difficult with it. Trying to figure out, trying to get all the pieces, trying to figure out what, trying to begin to see, because usually you begin to be able to discern what is going on the more pinpoint, the more points you get, the more information you get, the more data points you get. The more data points you get, the more you are able to discern the things. Usually, I just still having issue with this. Anyway, so spoken of by the Apostle Paul, the great whore must gather all the professing Christians into her fold in the last days to fulfill Bible prophecy. We can't stop her power. It must keep growing until the Lord Jesus destroys her at his return. No, yeah, you have something wrong here. Jesus doesn't destroy her when he returns. That's wrong. The 10 kings destroy the great whore, and he destroys the beast. You see, the beast and the whore are not the same. You see, the head of the Roman Catholic Church in regards to Rome is the beast of the number 666. Now, at some point in the future, the 10 kings that gives their rule to the beast will destroy the whole of Revelation. So he gets this wrong. It's not Jesus. Now, if God gives it into these 10 kings' heart to destroy the whore and burn her up and so forward. You can read that in the book of Revelation. But the beast will continue at that point. You see, the beast will, I think at that point there will probably be that the beast will not have no use of this whore anymore, because he will have full control over the whole world. So he might not need this deception of the Roman Catholic Church, And thereby the bad poisonous seeds will be cast into the fire, and the good eatable seeds will be taken into the what he actually used, the barn of Jesus Christ. But that's still future. That's as far as I can see it anyway. Just listen to the master and be careful of Paul, because Jesus had warned us about a wolf in sheep clothing. And what is a wolf in sheep? An enemy. A wolf in sheep clothing that looks like the real thing, but it's not. Okay? Muhammad is just, a plain stinking wolf, You can smell Muhammad miles away, or should be able to smell the stinking wolf miles away. But anyway, so that was not what Jesus was warning us about, because that should be very clear that that's not really a problem. What Jesus was warning us about was those that could deceive, even if it was possible, the elect. Listen up, people. Listen to Jesus. Go to Jesus, read his word, study his word, and grow in truth. So you are able to discern, because his words are true. Anyway, because he was God. He is God, and he is to come again. Anyway, but a billion precious souls are deceived by Rome's false gospel. We must give it our best shot to win them to Christ. We dare not stop trying to save them until the Lord calls us home. Again, that's another problem in regards of doctrines here. You have to be careful about these. That's the thing that I do wonder why they would, Jack Chick and these cartoons are promoting the doctrine of going directly to heaven or hell. This, as far as I can see by my studies and research, is a pagan doctrine. It's a doctrine that the Roman Catholic Church have. It's the Mohammedans have a way in regards to this doctrine. It's not biblical. and in regards to the King James Version, have some issues in regards of the word translated, and so that doesn't help on it. And if you're only a King James onlynist and don't really look behind the words that is actually translated from the Hebrew and the Greek, you might get into issues. So the word translated into hell is Sheol, but Sheol is also translated to pit and grave in the so-called Old Testament. Now, the equivalent for Sheol in Greek is Hades. So, but the problem is in the New Testament, Gehenna is translated to hell, but Gehenna is in regards to the lake of fire. And the lake of fire is not Sheol. The lake of fire is not Hades. The lake of fire it's Gehenna. Gehenna is being used as a reference to the lake of fire by Jesus, which is a place outside Jerusalem. Gehenna is a place outside Jerusalem. You can go look at it today. And this was a place, as I understand it, that they burn things and, trash and this and that, and, and also a place that was another time in regards to where they were worshipping idols, I think, in that place. But anyway, but in the time of Jesus, as I understand it, was like, there was, burning, a place where you burn things, trash and whatever. Any case, so he was using it as a symbolic in regards to the lake of fire, and yet it's translated to hell. So you have a problem in regards of, you're getting these things mixed up. And again, when you see Sheol not only being translated to hell in English, you also see it being translated to grave and pit. But an English reader wouldn't know that the word behind grave and pit is actually Sheol. So you see, you have some problems if you're only going by, King James Version here. I'm sorry to say. Well, I'm not sorry to say, actually. So one of the things that this ministry is also promoting is King James Version only. And I think that's a mistake. And you can hear people promoting this, like Kent Hovind, for example, says that, if there's any problems in regards of the Hebrew, you should correct the Hebrew by the King James Version. And I think that's going way too far. Now, there are some things in regards of the Greek and the Hebrew in regards of where there might have been some things in the Hebrew that have been changed. But in any case, but that's the thing where we in our days can actually, we have so many witnesses to help us to go back and look at things. We have the Greek, we have the Samaritan, we have the Masoretic text, we have the Targums, which is pretty much just more like what's it called? But anyway, it's still a witness. But we have the Dead Sea Scrolls in Hebrew. We have the Aramaic from the 1st century, and we even have the Latin from the 4th century from the Jerome. We also have, which sadly is not available yet, and I don't know why, because, well, I guess Satan doesn't want but it's funny that they are promoting a lot in regards of Jerome's translation and the Greek, these trying to support their, version and blah, blah, blah. And yet, we're not hearing anything about the Waldensian Latin Bibles. And as I understand it, the Protestant had 6 or 8 in front of them at the point of the beginning of the Reformation. And these are non-Catholic Bibles because the Waldensians was persecuted by, this insane institution. So, but it seems like these Waldensians Bibles are being hidden away from the public. And again, I don't know how many actually exist, but maybe all of them exist, or maybe, but again, why we don't have them in these biblical programs, these big biblical programs, I don't know. But it might come in the future, at some point, hopefully, if people begin to ask about it and begin to tell, hey, Where's these Bible, and actually I've seen some on the forums talking about it. So again, at some point, if you're, what is it called? If you're, what is it called in English? If you're, what is it called? When you take your finger and push it into someone, if you're doing that, a huge amount of time and more people are doing it, these guys might actually, we might actually need to, because if they're not, it just shows that there might be an agenda behind it, and there might be an agenda behind it. I don't know. One of the Bible programs of these 3 big Bible programs that actually, I do wonder, but sadly they closed down. But that was pretty much one of the sources that I would have thought would have. But I should probably go into that forum and ask about it, if what they know. And actually, different forums in regards to these different programs, I should probably get into more of that instead of doing all this research and this and that. So I could get forward in my, There's a lot of things to do. We have a lot of things that needs, that we can do and promote and all that. And yet, if people would just wake up, we could have an amazing growth in truth again. Amazing growth of truth, really, really, really amazing. We have so much information available today. The problem is we lack the truth, the people of truth to actually begin to work on it. And the more that works on it, and in regards of truth, the harder it becomes for Satan to get it away. And in regards of Bible translations and so forward, it's just, Anyway, but 1 billion precious souls are deceived by Rome's false gospel. In regards of Rome's false gospel, the cookie Jesus, they're really into this cookie Jesus, Really, really into this. And they're really getting offended when you tell them, you're worshiping a dry cookie, Anyway, any case, I had this Roman Catholic where I said, isn't it the Roman Catholics that worships a dry cookie? And he just said to me, that's exactly why no one wants to debate with you. I was like, okay, did I say something that was untrue? Are you not worshiping a cookie? They really don't like it. They, when you begin to pick at them at that point, maybe that's the word, pick at them. Or I don't know. Anyway. Just telling them the truth. Are you not worshiping a dry cookie? It's just worshiping the creation. It's worshiping the devil. Doesn't matter if it's a cookie, a tree, a statue, an idol, an image, or whatever. You're worshiping the creation, okay? You're worshiping the devil. Doesn't matter which, even if you worship the earth as Mother Earth or whatever, you're worshiping creation instead of the creator, okay? And something, Satan doesn't care you could... for his sake, you could just worship the radiator, giving heed to you, right? That, it would be fine with that, or worshiping angels or whatever and all that, just as long as you're not worshiping the creator, Satan is pretty much, he doesn't care. As long as he just doesn't worship God, Because the broad way that leads to destruction. So, in regards of this one, he seems to get this wrong. In regards of so one thing is that one thing that I would disagree in regards of so-called Apostle Paul, which actually was the head of the first Inquisition. You can read about that in the book of Acts. And he was a Roman, by the way, and a Pharisee. And of course, Jesus warned us about the leaven of the Pharisees, right? Anyway. And then we have historical sources as well that seem to be pointing that there are some problems with. But anyway, the great whore must gather all the professing Christians into her fold in the last days to fulfill Bible prophecy. We can't stop her power. It must keep growing until the Lord Jesus destroys her at his return. Now, again, this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. This is not biblical. Again, if you read the book of Revelation, we can, just to show you, and that's also showing that God can use worldly powers to do his will. 10 Kings destroying the whole. Sadly, I can't remember where it is in the book of Revelation. I'm sadly not that... okay, here we go. Just so you know, I'm not, you should always, because you do not know who is lying or telling the truth to you. So, always good to verify things for yourself. Anyway, Revelation 7:16, let's see. Let's see. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whole. So there's coming 10 horns. A horn is like, kingdom. I did some studies in the past in regards to that, where I used the Bible to unlock the Bible and all that, but you really get into, but you have different symbolics for, a head and the beast, a horn, a mountain, and so forth. That's one of the things that is curious as well. When people say that Rome is the city that lays on 7 mountains, and the Bible says 7 mountains, what is the... Wait. You have to wait. In regards to 7 mountains, what is 7 mountains actually according to Bible prophecy? It's actually just says it there. There might, who knows if there's more in regards to these mountains, but in regards to prophecy, a mountain is, anyway. Just pretty much says that, these... Anyway, so, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whole, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. And actually, let's just go to Revelation 7:16. It's because we can see it in context. There we go. 7:16. And by the way, this is the best application to Android. So I would absolutely recommend this. Now, this is not open source, it is closed sourced and so forward. There are other applications that is open source, these 3, and Bible, Bishop, and Bible Time. And they are, it seems like, at least I've seen updates on Bishop and Bible Time. Bible Time seems to have become a lot better than it was at the beginning in regards of speed and so forward. Bishop has been updated. I'm not sure if that is for the better, but anyway, there are people working on these things. Accordance is one of the 3 big Bible programs out there. And I have some stuff that I paid for in regards to, for example, Lutheran works and Aramaic and so forward. Then I have Logos Bible, but I haven't really used that. That's really Catholic. They have a lot of Catholic filthy things and all that I'm not interested in. The best program of the 3 big programs was Bible Works, and sadly they closed down. So that was the one that I actually was interested in buying at some point. I liked the layout of it. It didn't have, all the graphic things and all that. It was focused on the Bible text and all that, but they closed down. Very sad to see that they closed down. But anyway, let's get back to... but this is the best Bible program for Android. It's quick, it works. I do have some issues with it now, but in regards of sometimes not being able to find my Bible versions, and then I need to restart the program, and I'm not sure what does it, because it worked wonderful the years before that. I tried to reinstall the application and do this and that, but still having the issues. I don't know what is making the issue. Anyway, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whole riding on the beast. And you have to remember, Satan is giving the authority, the power, and dominion to the beast. And the beast is the Antichrist, the Roman emperor. So she's riding on that power, that dominion that, that Satan have given the beast. So these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. For what? For God had put in their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree and give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. And by the way, in regards to the words of God being fulfilled, that is also in regards of the so-called Old Testament, that people think it's, and who wants to read an old newspaper, right? Anyway, But there are still a huge amount of prophecies about the future that has not been fulfilled yet. Anyway. And the woman which thou sawest is the great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth. Which city reigns over the kings of the earth? Which city? Rome rules over the kings of the kings of the world. Anyway, so. And here we have, and he said unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the horse sitteth, are peoples and the multitudes and nations and tongues and all that. So anyway, so as far as I can see, again I might make some mistakes. So again, read your Bible and seek the truth in regards of. But as far as I can see, it's the 10 kings that destroys the whole. And then afterwards, then Jesus is coming in regards of, let's see here. And after these things I saw another angel come down from the heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of the devils, and the holes of every foul spirit, and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. I can't even say it at the moment. But anyway, let's see here. But anyway, we see the beast and the false prophet going against the, and of course we also told that the 10 kings as well. But as far as I can see, they will destroy the harlot first. Future things. So that would be something I would disagree with. At least at the point of now, again, I might be in a mistake here, but that's as far as I have understood it from the study I've done. So the great whore must gather all the professing Christians into a fold in the last days to fulfill Bible prophecy. We can't stop her power. It must keep growing until the Lord Jesus destroys her at his return. Again, I think Jesus' return is after his destruction. So it seems to me that Rome is getting destroyed. The beast is going to, be in power. And that's what's the coke, the cacao. Oh well. So the beast is going to rule at that point, and then go to war with the Lamb of God, which is Jesus Christ, when he returns. But 1 billion precious souls are deceived by Rome's false gospel. We must give it our best shot to win them to Christ. We dare not stop trying to save them until the Lord calls us home. Again, calls us home in regards of this is the heaven doctrine. If you see all the cartoons of chick publication, well, not all of them, but if you read them, you will get into this doctrine that he believes that they are. I can't sadly show it on the mobile. Of course I can. I can take I can't show it from the computer actually, because I do have it over here. And this was when I talked to Chick Publications. Let's see here if I can find it. Yeah, there we go. I actually talked with David W. Daniels. There should be a picture somewhere. I found it last time. I'm not sure how but I had like images that I've sent him. I'm not sure how. Maybe if I see all in Messenger and go to him. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. No, yeah. There we go. Okay, so this is one of the places that I found. That's that is very obvious. I think it actually is. Yeah. So let's see. Let's see. Camera. Or maybe I could actually just use the standard camera actually. But anyway, let's see. I can turn it around here, so you get a little bigger picture of it. There we go. Maybe I should just take the camera to. Yeah, let's try to take the camera. Maybe do I actually have the other camera? I've deleted that. Oh yeah, that's okay. I had another camera program that didn't close down automatically. Yeah, it's very annoying. This camera program closes down automatically. There you go. So this is this is from Chick, one of Chick's. It's a screenshot that I made and showed him in regards of. Here it says, but because David had given God's enemy great opportunity to curse the Lord, Nathan saith, the child also that is born unto thee shall surely die. And after 7 days, God took the baby home. And there he uses the expression of, in regards of, God took the baby home. And then David says, I shall go to him. And then he says in brackets here, in heaven, but he shall not return to me. Now, if you do understand the Bible, this is not what he was. There was in regards of Sheol, in regards of in the earth. Now, David's boy is God doctrine being promoted here, and then they go on. Did you get that? The baby went to heaven, but that's not biblical. So he's using, this, which is his own intervention, and Bible that is not. So he goes further here. Do all babies who die go to heaven? What does he say? Absolutely. Well, absolutely not, according to the Bible. It's not what is saying. Anyway, it says every single baby who has ever died and he actually says. Very annoying. There's another way of actually doing it where it doesn't close down. I found out. If I put it in this mode, it doesn't close down. I don't know why it wouldn't close down at this point, but so we get some. It's kind of, I guess, a nice way of you can see me and you can see what is going on. The problem is with this is that it's heating up the phone very quickly. Let's see, there we go. It's heating up the mobile phone very, very, very and then it stops recording compared to the original, and it does help on the heat. But I'm not actually sure how much it actually helps in regards of recording and so forward. But it does help keeping the heat down. With the standard battery, the heat can really, really, go through the roof. But if you just have, this is just double size. But I have used this and that, but I haven't tested it with the thing to check how long it can actually last and so forward. Of course, but you can get a little bigger battery than this actually for the phone. So where it's like 3 times the big, the size of the original. The battery from the mobile is recording, So anyway, so it says, this is not good quality, but every single baby who has ever died is now in heaven, whether they died in the womb or by any type of tragedy, sickness, plague, human sacrifice, starvation, the world, in regards of the world. I'm not talking about these Czech chicks, but abortion is murder. And did it close down anyway? I thought actually, I thought that this mode was actually not closing down automatically. I had tried it before. What? It didn't stop. I've run this mode before where it's like, okay, it wasn't stopping, so oh well. You never know what these crazy daisy technologies about. But anyway, this truth comforted David, but his son's death was only part of the price he and his family would pay for his sins. But the problem is, of course, if you go to the book of Acts and it follows the Bible, it talks about that, that David is still in the grave. He hasn't risen. That, I do not ascribe to heaven doctrine. That's, it just doesn't seem to be, It seems to go back to, as I said, paganism, and again, it's closing the gap between Protestants and Roman Catholics. And the same thing, of course, would getting us closer to the Mohammedans and so forward. So, anyway, so that's some some things that at least I can just get on the fly here. So, and when he talks about until the Lord calls us home, he's talking about going to heaven. And the other guy that Richard Bennett, that I asked on his Facebook page, and I was locked out of. I was banned, and asking him in regards to the authenticity of the letter. Saying that Alberto was a fake or fraud and never a priest and so forward. And I got that, it was authentic. Apparently he believed that to be the case. So that was interesting to verify that. But in the end, I got kicked out. And it seemed they had the same doctrine of heaven as well, promoting the same doctrine of heaven. Now, of course, I could dig more into it in regards of his ministry. Or maybe if anyone wants to dig into that, they can do that. I could dig further into it if they actually believe this as well, because that would be the same doctrine then that Jack Chick is promoting in regards of heaven and hell. Anyway, just I think in regards of the heaven-hell doctrine, I think the SDA is much, much closer to the truth in that regard. Now, they have other issues, but in regards of that, I think they're pretty much spot on in regards of Sheol. If I remember correctly, they do understand that we're going to sleep when we die, awaiting the resurrection. So I think that Jehovah's Witnesses might actually also be on that wagon, but again, they have other problems rejecting Jesus as divine. And it doesn't seem like that the Jehovah's Witnesses actually speak much against the Roman whore, but SDA do that. And we also have to remember that a lot of these people, in regards to the before the SDA, they were looking for the truth. They were looking forward to the return of Jesus Christ and all that. So again, what's it called, Miller. But Miller didn't jump on the wagon the second time, and as so first Miller had this date. And I made a video on it, but sadly it was, I don't know what happened to it on YouTube. It was just lost, apparently, even if... but I went through this article. I think it was from the non-SDA page, but I'm not sure because I haven't been able to find it again. But it was all the history in regards of the SDA, in regards of Miller and so forward. And Miller... doesn't seem like he was actually, as far as I can see, it seems like Miller just was, he understood he was wrong. He understood that he was, he's making this date, and people are flocking and, to this message and all that, and then it doesn't come around. And then in regards to, because they didn't calculate, if I remember correctly, according to the year zero, because there's no year zero, then they put another date. I think that was the reason or something like that. And Miller then, after these other people are, fixing this new date, Miller then jumps on the wagon again. Okay, this must be the next date, so on and so forward. And then that fails as well. and then Miller jumps off the wagon. Even if other people then continues from there on, because these people can't let go of this. So they make up their own doctrine that Jesus have been here, and the closed door thing and whatever. I can't remember all the details, but not really biblical. If you go to the non-SDA side, you can see a lot of the doctrines that they are from a former SDA. But it seems like Miller was actually, now of course I haven't, but it seems like he was actually just looking for the truth and trying the best that he could, and yet being wrong, and yet at the point where I guess the SDA group is created, he jumps out of the wagon. It seems, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like he's not going on with the other things that they now are promoting. He, at that point, he just, according to this, he was like, but sadly, I don't have the, so he just jumps off the wagon at that point. He knows that he has, this is, this was not right, this was not correct. This calculation I made was wrong. So he doesn't jump on the, it seems to me that he might have had the discernment to say, this is, I failed, I made a wrong, and to continue this is, would be, but anyway. I haven't digged further into it, but the SDA are absolutely the ones that is closest to the truth of these three groups in regards to the Mormons, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and the SDA. The SDA absolutely have the most truth, I think. The Mormons are the easiest to discount. They have their own books and all that, and then you have the Jehovah's Witnesses, which you find out don't actually believe that Jesus is God. Well, of course, they don't come out and say it to you, right? But anyway, and then you have the SDA. And again, the SDA are still, in Denmark, the SDA is actually the ones that seems to be nearly the only ones in Denmark that actually stands for Rome being the Antichrist and so forward. The only one that actually put out material on this as well. Well, anyway, let's see. Thinking. I do remember there was a Mormon that seemed to have collected a lot in regards to the Roman religion and all that, and put it on the internet. That was actually, where he's exposing a lot of the things. All the things that he collected together, that was actually pretty good. But just be aware that Mormonism have a lot of issues. They have their own books. They have their three own books. They have the Book of Mormon, and they have two more books. And they have a lot of weird doctrines, that's for sure. Anyway, yeah. And the temple thing and all that. And they don't really want to talk about the temple thing. But of course, you can find videos of that on YouTube, what is actually going on in regards to the temple and all that. And they are baptizing for the dead and as well. And of course, they're using Paul for that doctrine as well. So again, yeah. But anyway, so. Yeah, that's just Facebook. Where did we go to? Tom Frias, that's the guy that I was talking about. He has a lot of truth to say. It's just wonderful. I just hate the advertising in some of his... but I think it's in regards to First Amendment Radio. I must say, again, there's so much material and so much. So, still, I'm just, trying the best that I can. But... there might be something here and there and all that. Of course, most of the sources would take Paul's letters as the words of Jesus, and I wouldn't ascribe to that, but I guess that's why I'm getting into conflict with a lot of Christians. But I can't be dishonest about it. That's the thing. I can't, that would be dishonest of me saying that, and then, yeah, so. But it does give me into. It would be a lot easier actually if I believed that Paul was, it would absolutely keep me out of a lot of conflicts. That's for sure. Because it does give you, conflicts. That's a lot of Christians can't accept that. That you have this view. Is that Tom Fresh? I think actually this is Tom Fresh. A picture of Tom Fresh in regards to First Amendment radio. Again, he has a lot of good things, that's for sure. I find a lot of the things that he says that I'm in agreement with. He really have a lot of, again, the only problem I have is with the advertising. There are some videos that Jörg put forward in regards of Tom Fresh where the advertising is not there. Now, of course, I guess I could just download them and remove the advertising and then collect it all together. That would. But anyway, I haven't, or someone could do that if But I just hate the advertising. Maybe actually because you can pay for it. You can. Now I don't like also in regards of, but I do understand that things cost money and all that. But maybe you can actually download the material without advertising if you actually pay for it. I don't know about that. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe he actually have his. And I might actually, that would actually be one thing that I would be willing to actually pay for if the advertising was removed, because the problem is the advertising. I hate advertising. I just hate advertising. It's just advertise. It's just waste of time. My life is short and short enough, and you're going to push advertising on me. And usually these advertising are, I can't remember what advertising he's using here. Maybe it's more okay than many of the others, but I just hate advertising. I just can't stand it. Sorry, I just can't stand advertising. And when these programs, some of the other programs that blocks advertising, and one of them that's like telling, you have the possibility of opening up to some ads and all that, I'm like, no, I don't want to see any ads. Not a single one. I want every single one of them blocked. I don't want to see them. I don't want to waste my time and to waste my, And that's the thing, if for example some of these search engines out there like DuckDuckGo and all that if they just if they had a setting that to remove every single page that had advertising or pop-ups or whatever, I would be fine with that. Or that you need every single page that don't allow me on the place if I have an ad blocker. Just make the search engine do so I don't have anything to do with those sites. I don't care about them. Just go away from me. That would be very nice. Then I can keep away from these stupid sites. They might have some good information and this and that, but I should be able to find it other places where people don't, So yeah, I guess it's just my issue. Oh, okay. So what was this? This in regards to Pathos. They actually also had a pop-up, by the way. So we read in regards to Jack Chick's page. Maybe I should actually look more into Jack Chick's page in regards to more information from his side on. And again, I should order that book. Now, of course, if it just was freely available, that would have been easier because I think I'm under the water in regards of greenbacks. Greenbacks is a bad name because greenbacks was actually a positive thing, if I remember correctly, because they was actually printed by the state So that was not any what's it called, usury, wicked satanic usury. Anyway, so this is another. I think we actually went from that. I have heard, this is Pathos.com. I've heard that Christian Research Institute CII, sorry, founded by the late Dr. Walter Martin, widely regarded as the foremost evangelical counter-cult specialist, has also done an expose of Rivera. Here are some excerpts from the first article. Oh, that was in regard. The Christian Reformed Church, Sunderland Publisher, and the Southern Baptist Sunday School Board have banned it from their bookstore. So this is another, again, another testimony that the magazines was banned from different bookstores. So again, I think we pretty much have a good verification that this is something that has happened. We both have standard Catholic sources out in the front. We have talks about it from Jack Chick. We have talks about apparently from Walter Martin. We have other sources and all that. So that seems to be something that no one really can deny. That seems to be something that they all agree to. So let's see. Jack Chick states that Christian bookstores are being infiltrated by undercover Catholic propaganda teams who pressure the owner until he compromises with Rome's and pulls Alberto out of the store. So that would be the first magazine. And then it goes on. Oh, it seems like I actually have read that before, but is Alberto's story true? Question mark. No, they say. Our utmost intensive investigation reveals his police record, his investment schemes, his bad check writing, his contradictory testimony, his fabricated educational record, and his reported family abuse. Well, where's the documentation for that? If you're going to, accuse him for all these things, well, put some documentation forward, right? Alberto Rivera, also known as Alberto Romero, I think his wife is talking about that he has Alberto Romero in regards of his priest name. I don't know. Anyway, has a history of legal entanglements. He is currently involved in a court action in Southern California accused of fraud. In 1965, a warrant for his arrest was issued in Hoboken, New Jersey for writing bad checks. He also left debts in excess of $3,000. Yeah, but where's the document? One thing is to say things. Another thing is to have some documentation, Oh, my nose is blocking. Very annoying. In 1969, 2 warrants were issued against him in DeLand and Orland Beach, Florida. The first was for the theft of Bank America card. The Criminal Investigation Division of the Bank of America reports he charged over $2,000 on the credit card. The second warrant was for the unauthorized use of an automobile. Alberto abandoned the vehicle and settled in Seattle, Washington. From there, he moved to Southern California. Again, I'm a little blocked in the nose, so it's a little hard to speak, correctly. Alberto's account of his conversion is contradictory. And actually, I think it seems to be much of the same that I actually already have read. Regards of this and that. It seems to be the same thing that I've read. In a later issue of Cornerstone Volume 10, issue number 54, is an article, Cornerstone Response to Chick. So here he responds to Chick. Let's see. Jack Chick has issued a 3-page reply to Gary Metz' expose of Alberto. Oh, that's interesting. That would be, that of course would be interesting to see. If I haven't read it already, let's see here. To see what he says about that. Let's see. Copy. Probably on the Chick side, I would guess. Out in the open and all that. I probably need to write something. Let's see here. Jack Chick's again, it's a little hard when you're sitting on the mobile, you know. But he probably have something in regards of Gary Metz. Anyway, I'll take a look on it afterwards, see if I can find anything. Oh, my nose! Very annoying. Would be nice with something that could just dry it up and make it go away. In a later issue of Cornerstone, Volume 10, Issue 54, is an article, Cornerstone responds to Chick. Jack Chick has issued a 3-page reply to Jerry Metz' expose of Alberto Rivera in his letter of March 25, 1981, co-signed by Rivera. And that would be also interesting. So it's March. So see if I can find that at some point. But this is before I was born. So you see, it's a little hard to investigate things that is, you know, but I'm also aware that there might be, you know, if the Catholic Church could make a lot of rattle in regards of, and actually being in control of everything and just making a lot of rattle, so get people to, you know, focus on that instead of everything else. Yeah, I don't know. I see here. And people outside yelling. Here there's something in regards of Chick at least. I've read your 3-page article exposing JT Chick's Alberto to be a fraud. See Christianity to okay, let's see here. Okay. Maybe that's the, at least it's the website of Chick. It says in defense of former Jesuit Alberto, so that might be some interesting reading as well. That seems to be like 3 pages. It goes on and on and on and on. Yeah, that might, yeah. Okay, I'll read that at some point. I already do wonder, it's like Sunday today, right? The first day of the week, and people are, you know, seemingly partying. Is that like a holy, no, Sunday? Yeah, it is Sunday. Oh well. Where was I? 2 seconds, I'll just check where all the noise is coming from. Not entirely sure where the music is from. If it's a car that is standing with open, or if it's there's a house where people are drinking over on the other side. So that might be. Anyway, I got the. Let's see here. So Jack Chick has issued a 3-page reply to Jerry Metz expose of Alberto Rivera. In his letter of March the 25, 1981, co-signed by Rivera, Jack Chick alleges that the systematic, let's see here, report or maintain, okay, I see here. Alleges that the systematic destruction of John Todd's ministry is being repeated by the Vatican to destroy Alberto. Okay. I don't know in regards to the story of John Todd, in regards to what happened to... I have heard his... I have, read, in regards to the cartoons as well. And there are some... there was some tapes on John Todd as well that I listened to. And some of it sounded pretty good and some of it didn't sound that good. But anyway, had some interesting things to say, I think. But anyway, there was something about, and again, I don't know the whole story, but something about that John Todd into somewhere and then he vanished, and so forth. Anyway, not entirely sure what the true story is about. But anyway, again, that's the thing, it's hard. When you have people out there trying to... it's hard to know who is, when you have a system that is just, putting falsehood out there, it just makes it a lot harder to find out what is the truth. Anyway, so the systematic destruction, Chick alleges that the systematic destruction of John Todd's ministry is being repeated by the Vatican to destroy Alberto. By the way, John Todd had this... tape also getting out and all that, but anyway, he talked about the rock music in regards of the devilish thing in regards of rock music, but there are other people that actually talks against rock music and so forward, so that's he wouldn't be anyway, and he's talking about witches and so forward, and this a system, and anyway, is being repeated by the Vatican to destroy Alberto. Todd claimed to have been one of the leaders of an international conspiracy of witches to set up Jimmy Carter as the Antichrist. Okay. I can't remember all the details about what was said. But anyway, Carter as the Antichrist. Chick promoted Todd's story in earlier comic books. Chick accuses Christianity Today and Cornerstone, both of whom ran exposes on John Todd, of furthering the cause of the Antichrist in the Vatican. I don't remember, but of course it's many years ago, but I don't remember John Todd actually talking about promoting this guy as the Antichrist. But anyway. Again, it's hard to know what is up and down sometimes because, again, it's, I wasn't there. A typical example of Chick's defense of Alberto, the evidence for Alberto's decrees disappeared because the Vatican erased Rivera's name from all directories in schools, seminaries, and colleges. Well, if Rome has the most powerful, it wouldn't be would it be a thing they couldn't do? Anyway, it seems like the other bishop as well, who is being discredited as well, that was verifying Alberto. Seems where they have used some of the same tactics as well. But anyway, let's see. Because the Vatican erased Dr. Rivera's name from all directories in schools, seminaries, and colleges. And the guy knew a lot of things, How did he know what he knew if he didn't have some kind of, Any case, Rivera's former associates and acquaintances contradict his story because they are Vatican spies. Okay, former associate. Well, if he's coming from a Roman Catholic background and let's say that there are some of his family members or whatever that is still Roman Catholics, well, they might, work for the former good of the Roman Catholic Church. You never know. It's really in regards of, wouldn't really be, yeah. Some of the things that sounds extraordinary is, sometimes it just doesn't, it's just, yeah. Anyway, let's see. Seminaries and colleagues. Rivera's former associate and acquaintances contradict his story because they are Vatican spies. The woman he was, and of course that could maybe be in regards to the other guy that said he worked with Alberto, and then tagging him after what was this guy? Oh, it was a guy named I can't remember. But anyway, and he says that he actually was working with Alberto, and then finds out he can't speak Latin. He says, and that he wasn't a Christian, and he a faker, and blah blah blah, and so forward. But he could, I wouldn't be surprised, of course, if the Vatican put a so-called spy or whatever onto a guy that they know are speaking the truth and trying to infiltrate the group or the person, or so they can discredit him later on if it, So let's see here. So because they are Vatican spies, the woman he was involved with were from the Legion of Mary or Catholic Youth. So with the magic wand of Vatican conspiracy, Rivera is exonerated from any evidence that can possibly be abduced against him. So with the magic wand of Vatican conspiracy, Rivera is exonerated from any evidence that can possibly be abduced against him. Okay. They call it a magic wand, apparently. We feel that if Jack Chick really has a burden for Catholics, he needs to steer clear of their fabrications and find a more reliable source of information. Okay. Like maybe you should go back and read the Protestants and promote all the Protestant things, what they talked about in regards of the Antichrist, right? Let's start with Luther, right? Against the Roman papacy, an institution of the devil. Oh, we have it again. Oh, it must be a conspiracy against the Roman Catholic Church, right? And we can find multiple Protestants, speaking against the Roman Catholic. It was not a secret in the past, It seems everybody knew. Rivera's third, this only in our days that we don't know anything, and now it's just a conspiracy and all that. Anyway, Rivera's third chick comic book, The Godfathers, contains the following claims presented seriously as solemn truth. My description. The Vatican plans to exterminate the Jews and set up the seat of the papacy in the Temple of Jerusalem, where the Pope will reign as God, literally fulfilling the prophecies concerning the man of sin in 2 Thessalonians 2:3-4. Okay. The Vatican financed the Muslim-Jewish wars in the 10th century. Okay. The Jesuits assassinated Abraham Lincoln. Okay. Communist founder Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were couched and directed by a Jesuit angel. Actually, Eric Phelps, does a lot of research on these things, and he has written, I think it's over 1,500 pages that he has written in regards of Jesuit history and all that, from the very beginning of their conception and so forward, and following them along. I haven't read that book, but it might be a very interesting thing to read as well. Also in regards of Stalin actually being trained in regards of Roman Catholicism. And of course we have Hitler being a Roman Catholic, growing up as a Roman Catholic as well. So anyway, Communist founder Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were coached and directed by Jesuit agents. Jesuits also trained Trotsky, Lenin, and Joseph Stalin. Oh, there we go with the Joseph Stalin. Well, you just read some of the other books that just supports what the Jesuits is about, and then when you see what they are, there was another book in regards of a guy that had an ear on one of these meetings and writes about it. There's also, there's many books actually. There's many books that talks about the Jesuits, and you could just look in regards to the word, in regards to Jesuit, where it talks about, that these Jesuits are this and that and so forward. Anyway, Adolf Hitler was a pawn of the Catholics, while his book Mein Kampf was really written by a Jesuit priest. Well, at least he was a Roman Catholic, so which is also interesting that he was in good standing with the Roman Catholic Church until his alleged death. Some believe he fled to Argentina and he died in Argentina and so forward. So he is dead now, according, whatever the case. But in any case, well, we know a lot of Nazis did flee to Argentina. So would it be a surprise if Adolf Hitler as well got away? Anyway. The Vatican was behind World War I and II and the Russian Revolution of 1970. The Ku Klux Klan, the Nazis, and the Masons are all secretly being directed by Jesuit agents. Well, in regards of in regards of Mason, everything leads back to Rome. What does the Bible say? It's the mother whore of Rome. And even if these things sound extraordinary and all that, just read the Bible. It's a mother whore, She has daughters. All the other so-called international conspiracies, the Illuminati, the Communists, the Bilderbergers, the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, were actually created by the Catholic Church as a smokescreen to direct attention away from the Vatican. Actually, by the way, it's an interesting name, right? The Club of Rome. Well, anyway. And it's, in regards to the Bilderberger meeting, as far as I understand it, it was out in the open in regards of one of the higher ups of the Catholic Church to actually go to the Bilderberg meeting. What is it, like a cardinal? That a cardinal went to the Bilderbergers meeting, the last meeting or the last again or something like that, out in the open. That it's. I think actually the information is also on the Catholic Vatican website as well. That he's invited and all that. Just opening more up to who is actually in control. So just. It's just becoming more and more obvious. So that's the thing, when people are discounting Rivera's claims and yet things are becoming more open and more open. Like we had the EU president that was apparently not elected by anyone, as far as I understand it, from the English guy, what's he called, that talks loudly about it. I can't remember, but I did see some of him when I was in the Truth Movement. I guess that was the time. I still sometimes hit into where he talks against this Rampant, or what is Rampant? I can't remember what he's called. But he's quoted for saying that by a Catholic magazine, as I understand it, that we are all Jesuits. Oh, really? And then you can find images of these high-standing people. I just. They're trained, just, anyway. So Rivera's claim to be a former priest, bishop, and intelligent agent for the Roman Catholic hierarchy has been discussed in previous issues. We found this claim to be a complete falsehood. I am amazed that Jack Chick can have such a paranoid view of history. The word Catholicophobia. Okay, that was an interesting word. Let's see what that's. Well, it doesn't seem to be in my, at least this one. Maybe it's in one of the others. You never know. Catholiphobia. Oh my, they really just give me a break. Okay. Paste. It seems to be a little slow. No, it doesn't want to. Okay. Technology. Oh, come on. A very interesting word, I must say. Copy, let's try again. It's also annoying that they remove the menu in this new version. It's very annoying, I think. I would just have the menu there, like here. You can fix it, sometimes in regards of making it stay, but it seems like some places just, not there. Okay, anyway, maybe it's just the word Catholicophobia, okay, can have such a paranoid view of history. The word Catholicophobia. Well, a lot of Protestants, I guess, had this paranoid view of the Roman Catholic Church. They make it sound like this is so extraordinary. It's the same thing with this guy that is interviewed, and this Roman Catholic is just attacking him on so many levels, and like making it sound like, oh, that this guy is, that is your view of the Bible, it's your interpretation of the Bible. No, it's not his interpretation of the Bible. It was the Protestants, that read the Bible without leaven, that had that interpretation. But they want to try to, it's just disgusting, actually. It's just so disgusting. This is so vile. This is so filthy how they do their tricks. These children of Satan, immediately forms itself in my mind. It was because of such propaganda that 2 previously Czech comic books were banned by the Canadian government last October. I do wonder what those were that were banned by the... Yeah, I could actually ask them about how many actually have banned your stuff. It's also interesting to see how YouTube is banning information getting out to people, and of course deplatforming people. But what was it? I was talking about. Oh yeah, banning. Banning. In the beginning, where they still have the videos up for the people, but they are saying, you're living in this country, so it's banned in your country and all that. I was like, what? What are you saying? It's banned in Denmark. In Denmark, is not. The Danish authorities don't want. I'm seeing this. It's very obvious that someone apparently is keeping information from us. And if it's not only being banned in these countries, it's banned totally from YouTube or whatever. This is kind of, and I put this video up in regards to Nazism and all that, and I did see some of the things that they didn't want, apparently, the European people to know about, and thereby it was banned in these many European countries, and I'm like, what is going on here? What is this? This is censorship. This is removing the truth. I can't even fathom how it could happen that we in Europe would not be allowed to receive information. Now, of course, in regards of torrent clients as well that I used in the past, and sometimes still use, but I not that much anymore, sadly, because it's. But it was just so much easier to get information and all that. It was a road around the authorities and because, for example, you could download all the banned books. That was, for example, torrents in regards of banned books by governments. Yeah, why would the governments want these books to be banned? Well, and then of course you find it interesting. You want to know what is in those books that they don't want you to see. And this is just disgusting. It's just because it shouldn't be like that, I think. We should have been like this. The same thing with Luther, for example. He defended the translation of the Quran so we as Christians could read it, so we can find out how wicked it is, how idiotic it is, yeah. But again, if we're not being, if we are not being instructed in the Bible from our childhood, and that's a big problem here in Denmark and I guess the Western world, we will fall to the deceptions of Satan on so many levels, and it's very sad. Anyway, they refer to it as being in the category of obscene literature. I do wonder in regards of obscene literature, obscene. Designed to incite to indecency or lust, offensive to the mind. Oh yeah, offensive. Oh, they find so many people find something offensive, so they have to get YouTube or Google to ban it or whatever, or Facebook. Oh, I'm so offended that you said that. Ban it, ban it, ban it. Yeah, give me a break. Deplatform the person or whatever. Oh, hate speech and blah blah blah. Just go on and on and on and on and on. Oh, you're not loving and this and that. So immediately forms itself in my mind it was because of such propaganda that 2 previous chick comic books were banned by the Canadian government last October. They refer to it as being in the category of obscene literature. Of course, we know that the Roman Catholics, as far as I understand it, had a banning, banned. Actually, the Bible was in that. Eric Phelps talks about that in regards of. So anyway, why is it we're not allowed to have the truth? And how? It's just. Actually, if I did believe there was a secret Jesuit conspiracy, I would say that Alberto Rivera is still a part of it. His ludicrous accusation have damaged the cause of legitimate Protestant-Catholic relations. Oh, this is who was writing this? Cornerstone Magazine observes. Okay. So they're sowing doubt about this. Actually, if I did believe there was a secret Jesuit conspiracy, well, there is. But I would say that Alberto Rivera is still part of it. His ludicrous accusations have damaged the cause of legitimate Protestant-Catholic relations. Well, I think it's pretty good that we don't have relationships with the devil and his children. You see, the problem is if we're just focusing on the things that we are in agreement with and not what we are not in agreement with in regards of not worshiping a cookie and not going to Mary to Jesus or, lighting candles to so-called Mary or, praying to dead saints, so-called dead saints and so forward and all that. Why not show those? Why not, having, because that was some of the things that the Protestants was pointing out. Why would we be in union with falsehood? That's the same thing we see down through history where Satan makes union with Christians yet more and more, idiotic fallacy, Moving away from the Bible, as to say. We're not going under the wings of the Antichrist. That would be so stupid. The Antichrist have nothing to say in regards to real Christianity. Just keep away from him. I received a fault. Just look at that, Actually, if I did believe there was a secret Jesuit conspiracy, there's not hundreds of books about this subject, right? Oh, if I did believe there was a secret Jesuit conspiracy. Yeah, I would say that Alberto Rivera is still part of it. His ludicrous accusations have damaged the cause of the legitimate Protestant-Catholic relations. Yeah, that's in regards to the ecumenical movement. And he was talking about and talking against this ecumenical movement as well. And so it seems like Keith Green as well was a danger for the Roman Catholic Church. And he released those Catholic Chronicles about some of the issues that people have forgotten, and he goes. He goes. Do I have it here, or did I put it? Let's see if I have it around here. Maybe it's over at my computer at the moment. but he has four booklets or whatever you want to call it in regards of the Catholic Chronicles, and actually we can find it on the it's not there. So it's Catholic Chronicles, Catholic Chronicles, Catholic Chronicles. And actually, by the way, in regards to the book that had removed the church history, why would you remove church history? Anyway, here we go. The Catholic Chronicles by Keith Green. And again, so these are the Catholic Chronicles by Keith Green. And he was a Jew, as I understand it, and became a Christian and so forward. Keith had also been in the occult, so there's a book in regards of Keith and his story, and I think I will find a lot of things that because it seems he was also in the Satan's candy store, and also had some experience in regards to that. But he starts out the Catholic Chronicles by Keith Green, the Holy Eucharist, eating the flesh of deity. And I remember, hearing that he was just so surprised of what the Roman Catholic believed, It's like, they're believing in this, It's like, yeah, that's the same thing that I had, And they're believing in this, they're totally nutcase, Anyway, so he goes on in regards of the exposing a lot of the Catholic things. And he's pretty spot on, and it seems he goes directly to the so-called Eucharist, and he talks about these things. And there you go, the God of the Catholics. Well, bowing down to statues as well, and kissing statues and all that. Then we got some so-called Mary statues and whatever. So transubstantiation and blah 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 blah. Just keep away from this filthiness, And he goes Council of Trent and so forward, and so you can read those. They're very interesting. And here he has in regards of canon and so forward, and this, let him be accursed, and let him be accursed, and let him be accursed. So it goes through some of these things as well. Anyway, you can go look that for yourself. He made some pretty good music as well. There were some issues with some of it, but in regards of Easter, for example. But I absolutely believe that Keith Green was a brother. I have no doubt that Keith Green was a brother, and was doing the best that he could do. So yeah. Well, let's see here. So yeah, then there was Haley's book in regards of church history. Haley's book, church history, and you can find information on that as well in regards of being removed. The problem I had was to find the information on the internet. There's one guy that talks a little about some of the things, and I actually wrote to the ones that actually releases this book and asked them if they had any versions that actually still had and I was told that you need to get an old version. So, but I don't know if any newer versions exist with it. But at least I found out which one I needed to get to actually get the church history and all that. And Haley's Bible Handbook exposes wickedness of Roman Catholic and so forward. And they remove, this, what was it called? The popular, what is it called? The other guy, he bought the rights to the book, and then the chapter was removed. But that's something you can do some research on as well. So many things are out in the open in these days because it's, we have the internet and all that, but they are trying to censor and remove things and all that, that's for sure. They don't like the truth. They don't like the argument. Satan doesn't like it,
and on, and
There we
give
go.
you documented information.
So this guy, he's
regarding
actually
that
pretty good in talking about. I've heard him before. Anyway, you can go look that up as well. And the fourth thing is in regards of this booklet that Walter Martin actually wrote in the beginning of his ministry, probably to get credit from the Protestants, so they would believe that he was okay. But the name of that is, where is the book? The old book of, it's over here. Let's see what it's called. So then you can do your own research. It should be, if you search on YouTube, you should be able to find it. See here. The Kingdom of the Colts. Oh, I can't find the page. See if I can. Yeah, here we go. No, booklets. Yeah, there we go. It's called The Roman Catholic Church in History. I think that's the one. And if you, what is the guy? Oh, I can't remember the name. Oh, all these names and all that. Any case, the booklet exists. He wrote the booklet against, and he's talking against the Roman Catholic Church. So anyway, and I have it on my mobile as well somewhere. Both in, but because you never know if it gets taken down and all that. Oh, there's still music going outside. It's funny that people can't party in the daylight, and some say, oh well, some can, but mostly it's in the dark where you say, oh, loud music and all that. That's pretty loud, 2 seconds, I'll just see if I can. Oh well. It doesn't really seem like it's the house where they're drinking and all that. It seems like it's down on the street or something like that. So anyway, so just remember, if you're buying Haley's Bible book, then just be aware that there's a chapter that has been taken out, and I can't remember if one of the newer versions have the chapter, but at least if you buy one of the old ones, there's But anyway, you can look that up. It would be actually nice to actually scan the pages in, because if there's something Rome doesn't want you to look at, well, we want the people to look at it, of course. So maybe it would be nice to actually scan the pages as well. Any case, and put it out there. Of course, again, if they don't want you to read it, we should read it. At least it becomes a lot more interesting when they remove things and try to get them banned and so forward. Where did we go? Was it this? Yeah, okay. I received a forward of the following letter from, and there they use what did Jesus say? Don't call anyone on earth Father, okay? Yeah. And yet, they continue to do, these wicked things, calling people Father. Anyway, letter from so-called Father Phil Bloom, who runs a website called Simple Catholicism. Since this person, who will remain anonymously unless he informs me otherwise, has issued such a vigorous challenge, I have decided to post his mail. He is free to reply again if he so wishes. In the meantime, I have offered my answers. His words are in blue. So again, just already there, calling someone so-called father is just, give me a break. Mr. Bloom, this is my first encounter with your site, and I read the response you gave Peter concerning the so-called popes. Also, I read the answer you gave to whatever name, where he is concerned with a lot of anti-Catholic websites. Oh, concerned with a lot of anti-Catholic websites. I do wonder what those anti-Catholic websites could be. Maybe it would be interesting to look at. He also states that when a Catholic becomes a Protestant, they become anti-Catholic, of course, because they find out what the anti-Catholic system actually is. So, of course, they could become, any Christian would be anti-Catholic, I think. That's just, if they continue to read the Bible and know the history, the real history that has been, that they have tried to hidden away, you will become anti-Catholic, of course. That makes total sense, but it would be interesting to see. I read the response you gave Peter concerning the so-called popes. Would have been interesting to see the answers you gave to where he is concerned with a lot of the anti-Catholic websites. It would be interesting to see what anti-Catholic websites, they are afraid of, because that, of course, would be interesting, pointing you in that direction, of course, to... So again, you can use, information from Roman Catholics, sometimes. Of course, one have to be aware that they might, try to, but in any case, you need using some discernment and all that, you can use some of the things. Anyway, oftentimes, yes, but not always. My wife didn't do that. Oh. So his wife is a Protestant, but is not an anti-Catholic. Is that what he's saying? Well, first of all, I have a question for that guy, what he means by anti-Catholic. If he's using my definition, which is fairly standard, he means someone who denies the Catholic Church is a Christian institution. Well, I'm anti-Catholic. Oh boy, what should I do? I'm anti-Catholic. So Catholic Church, so he means someone who denies the Catholic Church is a Christian institution, and who denies that anyone who fully accepts its teaching, as to say an Orthodox Catholic, can be a Christian, and who denies that anyone who fully accepts its teaching, as to say an Orthodox Catholic, can be a Christian. Yeah, Roman Catholic, yeah. That's the thing, when we say Roman Catholics, we don't mean Christian. And then the Roman Catholics try flipping it around, like in regards of Hitler. Then this Roman Catholic are trying to say, yeah, that's true, that Hitler was a Roman Catholic and that he was in good standing until his illegible death and all that. But was he a Christian? Well, that was never the concern, and now he's trying to, again, there's no but. Just remove the but, you don't need to get into any but. Just keep it at that. Hitler was a good Roman Catholic, good standing with the church until his illegible death. Yeah, dot. Stop there. Don't go into, but was he a Christian? That was never the issue. That was never the issue. Just in regards of being a Roman Catholic would already, pretty much. So anyway, does he mean that nobody, Jesus says, come out of her, my people. So if you are in the Roman Catholic Church and have, is a Christian believer, you would come out of her, my people, not to take part in her abominations. So, how would you continue to worship idols and images and cookies if you have found out who Jesus Christ is? At some point, you have to get out of that system. At some point, it might not come from one day to another, but at some point you see that this is so wicked, and thereby get out of the system. Does he mean that nobody can question the false teachings of Rome? I see. People can disagree rigorously with teachings such as Protestants do amongst themselves. Oh, this is just point to the Protestants. But of course we know that the Jesuits are out there actually put in positions of Protestant different groups and making issues between them. So, it's a great argument in regards to, just as Protestants do amongst themselves, right? It's a great argument because the Roman Catholic Church have wolves in sheep clothing out there trying to do exactly that, making conflict among the Protestants. Anyway, as to say on the Calvinist versus the Arminian controversies. But to read an entire group out of Christianity altogether when it is in fact Christian, oh really? I think the best thing that any Christian nomination can do is to keep the Roman Catholic Church out of it. Yeah, because the Roman Catholic Church don't just want to be part of it. They want to be above every other. They want to be the ones that is in the greatest authority and decides what is real and what is not. What is, doctrine and what is not. So, and they will say, it's really Christian. Really. Is an entirely different thing. This is bearing false witness. Oh, really? Is it false witness to say that, that you don't believe, looking at the fruit of the Catholic Church, that you do not believe that this is a Christian church when you can see that they have killed Christians down through the ages, hundreds and hundreds of years. Also prophesied in the Bible, of course, that she had changed times and laws according to the Roman horn in the book of Daniel, that she thinks to change times and laws. Has she done that? Absolutely. Is there anything that, of course she do understand dark sayings, so we would expect a clever horn as well, but using it to their advantage, not in regards of... So, anyway. Of course, the beast, the beast of the number 666, is the triune tyrant, the Roman emperor. How can he ever, Anyway, this is bearing false witness, and it is also, in my opinion, intellectual suicide. If Protestantism is Christian, as it certainly is, you want to say it's Christian, okay? Catholicism must also be, given the history of Christianity. Well, wait. Must it really be? Why must Catholicism really be Christianity? Anyway, is doing that what makes someone anti-Catholic? No, see my second comment back. What about those Catholics who speak against evangelical Christians? Can we call them also anti-evangelicals? Only if they say they are not Christians, and no Catholic who knows his faith will do that. Only fringe groups like Phoenicians and so-called traditionalists who question the authority of Vatican II and the Pope ever do that. We critique teachings all the time, of course. Oh yeah, but you're not, if it's anti-Catholic, that's no good. Finding anti-Catholic material in a bookstore is not okay. You have to, get that removed and banned and this and that because it's not loving and not Christian and whatever arguments they use. I do that, but I'm not anti-evangelical. I admire them quite a bit, in fact, having been one for 13 years. I know what they're about. How about those Catholics who bitterly criticize and oppose evangelical Christians? Can we label them also as anti-evangelicals, I ask you? Or maybe anti-Protestants? Isn't this saying basically the same thing that the last question said? Then it goes on. Worse yet is the response you gave to this uninformed man. In fact, you assert that there is a tremendous amount of anti-Catholic propaganda out there. So-called propaganda. Is the truth propaganda, you know? The question is, who is actually promoting propaganda? Is it the Church of Rome, maybe? Or is it actually the Protestants, you know, trying their best through their ability to stand for the truth? Anyway, so the question concerns you too. What do you mean by anti-Catholic? Answered above, I'm sure so-called Father Bloom would agree with this. Oh, we are going with the father thing, you know. Jesus said, call no one father, but yeah, well, the Catholics don't, you know, understand that apparently either, you know, it's just one of many. Do you mean, you know, one of many fruits that is just bad, you know? Know the tree by the fruit, right? You know, wasn't that what Jesus said? Know the tree by the fruit, you know? Jesus said, don't call anyone on earth Father. And what does the Catholic Church have as titles? Father. You know, we have one Father who is in the heavens. Don't worship idols. Well, what does the Catholics do? They bow down, make the upside cross, kiss, and on their knees in front of idols and images and so forth. Oh, give me a break. Why are why are the Catholics so blind? I have no idea, you know. You serve the truth to them on a silver platter. Actually, many times you serve the truth on a silver platter to people, and they just discount it, you know. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't any better when I was a believing atheist, you know. Maybe I would have done the same thing. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, but anyway, if I had grown up with the truth, it would have been you know, I wouldn't have taken the trip into Satan's candy store, you know, if I just have known some understanding, I think. Anyway, do you mean that nobody has the right to question the false teachings of the Roman Catholic Church? Is that what you mean? Apparently you think repetition makes your argument stronger since you keep repeating yourself. Know, too, that this is a loaded question, much like saying, do you mean that nobody has the right to question the fact that Protestants beat their wives? Oh, give me a break. Not only that, but you imply that such amount of information is not true or relevant when you say that one is tempted to simply ignore it, except for the fact that so much of it is directed to our young people. Okay. I know how he feels. Much of it is sheer nonsense and not worth reading at all. But priests and apologists, such as myself, have a responsibility to speak out against lies, slander, and disinformation. The question is, who is putting forth lies, slander, and disinformation? I have to wonder. Who is it? Who is it? Because the devil can speak truth as well and then flips it 180 degrees around. The question is, who is slandering who? Because someone, you know, if Alberto is for real, then we have a lot of people that absolutely is in the place of slander and disinformation and lies. Anyway, so if this guy, the blue guy, talks. In other words, you say that almost all the information against Catholicism is too false and full of errors, that you will probably waste your time trying to refute it, but because much of that information goes to young people, you are really concerned. And then it says, precisely, the priest must protect his flock. The priest must protect his flock against the truth, right? Yeah, it's just stupidity. And the apologist's task is to defend Catholicism and reveal the errors and falsehood of its opponents and their critiques. Let's see. After that, you mentioned Richard Bennett. That's, by the way, the guy or the place on Facebook that was banned by and kicked off from his Facebook, and I've had him on my Facebook for a very long time, actually. yeah, kind of, and I don't have that many people left on my Facebook. I think I have 20 something at the moment. I found, just, but he, I was put off from Richard Bennett. And the other Christian guy I would, like in regards of sources and, ask some questions here and there, I was put off, what's it called? I can't remember. But, he still has some good sources and all that, but apparently... And then I had another guy, he also put me off, he also had some good things, but, yeah. Anyway, apparently people have a way of removing me, but again, I also removed a lot of people, so I guess it's fair, it's their Facebook, so they have they can do whatever they want. I just usually it's just because I'm asking some questions, and then I get kicked off, or say something in regards to the, Anyway, after that, you mentioned Richard Bennett about his vicious attack against the Roman Catholic Church. And Richard Bennett believes, according to the sources that I've, believes that Alberto was a fake, that he wasn't a priest and so forward. So that's just interesting that he would, but anyway, we can, I would have liked to get more information why he would have, gone that direction. Anyway, we can talk about Bennett in other occasion, but something that really got my attention was your statement that there have been some notorious fake priests like Dr. Alberto Rivera who pulled the wool over Jack Chick's eyes. It's funny that they actually use the doctor, Of course, you cannot substantiate your claims because you did not know Alberto Rivera, much less the effort the Vatican made to kill him. Okay, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, because, the thing is, when a person doesn't know the guy and all that, it's just, anyway, see the material above, okay, then it goes on. I met Alberto Rivera. In fact, I was very close to his ministry. I know firsthand what you and other Catholics call a lie. I know his story was true. Oh, this is interesting. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? I just, let's go up and see. Since this person who will remain anonymously unless he informs me otherwise has issued such a vigorous challenge, I've decided to post his mail. He's free to reply again if he... I guess this guy have made him anonymous. Since this person who will remain anonymously unless he informs me otherwise has issued such a vigorous challenge, I've decided to post his mail. He's free to reply if he so wishes. In the meantime, I have offered my answers. His words are in blue. Again, it would have been interesting to find out who this guy is that talks about, because he says he knows Alberto, right? So, okay, see the material above. I met Alberto Rivera. In fact, I was very close to his ministry. I know firsthand what you and other Catholics call a lie. Oh, God. I know his story was true. That's interesting. Then I'm sure you cannot refute the information in the article above. Best wishes. Then I'm sure you can refute the information in the article above. Best wishes. Okay, he had proof and the Catholic Church wanted him dead. Why? Because he knew too much. But most important, because he was preaching the true gospel that saves. And that's, Alberto did preach the truth in regards of salvation in Jesus Christ. He was not talking about, cookies or, that you need to go to mass or, and all these stupidities. He was teaching in regards of Jesus Christ, salvation in Christ. So, he had the proofs, and the Catholic Church and again, when you listen to him, he just sounds like a free Christian person, But anyway, he had the proof, and the Catholic Church wanted him dead. Why? Question mark. Because he knew too much. but most important because he was preaching the true gospel that saves. He was proclaiming with boldness and without fear the biblical gospel and set people free from bondage of the Roman Catholicism. And that would be on point, I think. That's what he did, you know. You guys did not find another way to refute his testimony because he was telling the truth. So what do? You slander him, you know. Yeah, I can follow this. I can really follow this. And then in response, it is not us guys. The person who did the research was a Protestant. There you go again with the Protestant. But again, if you actually look into Gary Metz, I guess I just have to look more into this Gary Metz guy, you know. Because he seems to come up all the time. And they say, oh, he's a Protestant, he's one of your own, and blah, blah. Hey, just because someone calls himself a Protestant and whatever doesn't mean that he's a Christian. Just, he could be a wolf in sheep clothing. We know there's a lot of those out there. So, just give me a break. It's not us guys. The person who did the research was a Protestant evangelical named Gary Metz. Oh. The article appeared in Christianity Today, founded by Billy Graham, and not exactly a Catholic magazine. Even if the magazine tries to portray itself as Protestant, doesn't mean it's not run by Catholics. It's just really, it's just these people, these deceivers, these liars. And in regards of founded by Billy Graham, who removed the whole chapter from the book of Halley's in regards of history that is damaging to the Catholic Church, just whatever. So, and not exactly a Catholic magazine on March the 13th, 1981. It's like going back to this Gary Metz guy, Okay, so let's see what the blue guy says. The only choice you had was trying to discredit him, even using the so-called evangelical apologists such as Walter Martin and Hank Hanegraaff. Oh, wasn't it Hank Hanegraaff that took over from Walter Martin? I think that's one of the guys, that says that Walter Martin never, in regards to this booklet on the Roman Catholic thing and all that. But anyway. And then he answers, how do you define evangelical? Anyone who is a fundamentalist or a Calvinist or an anti-Catholic or all three? ? That can easily be shown to be absurd and self-contradictory. Listening to Roman Catholics is just it's just worst thing. Sometimes it's just totally opposite of being a Christian. Having all these, and not telling what they really believe, and that they are bowing down before these idols and images and cookies as well, of course, and not telling you in regards of what they do in regards to the Mary, when again that's the thing when they're going around carrying Mary and they drop the Mary, so-called Mary statue, and looking at the reactions of these Roman Catholics. I don't know if I'm going to laugh or cry in sadness over how they react, it's just so lunacy. It's just so soullacy. Actually, I should use soullacy because all the soullacy in regards of sun paganism and all that, in regards to soul invictus and all that. Anyway, that can easily be shown to be absurd and self-contradictory. It says everybody knows that Vatican plays dirty. Absolutely, that's and in this case was not the exception. That seems actually truthfully, I think. Then they use here we go with the Catholic thing, right? Bigots always know everything about the opponents and think everybody else knows too. So it's a funny thing. They call these things anti-Catholic and Catholic bashers and all that, and call them bigots and whatever, and haters and not loving and whatever and all that. It's just incredible, So let's see. Bigots always know everything about their opponents and think everyone else knows too. Let's see. You say David Armstrong does a good expose of Alberto Rivera. Not sure who is David Armstrong, but anyway, maybe I've already read. I can't remember all the names and so forth. But anyway, you say David Armstrong does a good expose of Alberto Rivera. Can you email it to me to check it out? And he says, your wish has been granted. I will shortly post the article again. As a special bonus, I will even include our little dialogue, and you can respond if you like, and I will post your reply. You can't ask for more than that, can you? Here's your big chance to expose all the Catholic lies and murderous tactics everybody knows about on the large Catholic website. Then he says, please send me that expose. Maybe he's right. Who knows? I commend your open-mindedness. But let's say for a moment that Alberto Rivera was not for real and that he was a liar. Does that change the verifiable data against Roman Catholicism? No. How about Dave Hunt, Mike Gendron, Timothy McCarthy, Roger Oakland, and a host of others which were not Catholic priests but presents the naked truth against the Roman Catholic Church? Are they also anti-Catholics? And he says, yes, and they have been refuted time and again on websites such as so-called Father Bloom's and my own. Look at it. Let's see what Jesus say. Let's go to Jesus. What did Jesus say? Jesus say, call no Pharisee. Yeah, call no one father. Should be able to find it quickly. And we'll put Jesus in the name here. It's incredible how obvious this is. Well, maybe not, but anyway, what does Jesus say? What does our Master and God and Lord and Teacher and Rabbi say about this? Let's just take the King James Version. And call no man your father upon the earth. Did you get that? Did the Roman Catholics get that? And call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. And usually heaven is actually in Hebrew plural, so in the heavens. Anyway, so is that a really hard instruction to follow? Well, apparently for Roman Catholics, apparently, So, already there's a problem. We have a problem, Houston. We have a problem. But let's say for a moment that Alberto Rivera was not for real and that he is a liar. Does that change the verifiable data against Roman Catholicism? No. How about Dave Hunt? And that's one of the that they're going against. I don't know. Actually, there might be some interesting names in regards of information. Have different people researching different things and having their strength and weakness. Different strengths and different weaknesses. Some are really good at some topics, some are good at other topics, and so forward. Let's see who this is actually. Don't know the guy. Maybe he's talking about the cookie Jesus that is an abomination or something like that. Let's see. I am not ashamed of the God. No, that's in regards of Paul. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know the guy. Yeah, it looks like he was a devout Roman Catholic, but wasn't that anyway? Okay, let's go back. There we go. Just take a screenshot more so I have the names. Timothy McCarthy, I think I've heard about. I'm not entirely sure. Roger Oakland, not sure who that is. I don't know who Timothy. I think I've heard about Timothy. At least I know Dave Hunt. Dave Hunt was one of the biggies. In regards of also exposing, when I got out of Satan's Candy Store, there was 3 people that was pretty much. Had made some wonderful information. No, don't know that guy either. Let's see if I know the last guy. Well, no, I've seen him before. Let's see here, Mike Timothy McCarter. Timothy McCarter seems to be a name. At least McCarthy seems to be a name that but I don't know who it is. It just seems familiar. That's the word, familiar. Let's see. No, yeah, this guy maybe. Okay, I guess it's the same guy. I'm not, I don't know. It seems familiar, but I can't really pinpoint it where, yeah, anyway, something to look into, I guess, at some point. I guess I'll just go back and read the Bible, and, my time might actually be better used on that. But, yeah. So let's see. Yes, and they have been refuted time and again on websites such as, so-called Father Bloom's and my own. Again, you don't call anyone father. Just let and again, what have they refuted? What have they refuted in regards of Dave Hunt? The only thing that I've seen in regards of Dave Hunt that they say that he is but maybe maybe they have pointed to an article or something like that trying to that was this article, but I haven't read that article to see what they are trying to refute in regards of Dave Hunt and all that. Anyway, let's see. Yes, and the thing is, Dave Hunt is using video, down at Rome, and so again, it's just and of course in regards to the video where that was released, not long, some years ago, in regards of where the Antichrist is saying, "Oh, we are all," it's on my Facebook. Let's see here. We showed a little of it, in regards to what I wrote in regards to the Antichrist and so forward. I don't care. I'm going to stand for the truth. That's I'm not going to waver off this. I don't care if people don't like to hear the message or whatever. The truth is the truth, and the truth is very, very what is called it's worth a lot. I'm tired of lies. And I'm tired of liars and deceivers. I want the truth and nothing but the truth. That's incredible important to me. It's Anyway, so this is some of it. I'll just start it a little here. Incredible, the Antichrist.
La mayor parte de los habitantes del planeta se declaran creyentes. Esto debería provocar un diálogo entre las religiones.
Sorry, it's having some problems here. But the idea is this ecumenical bullshit, where you see a Hindu and you see a Jew, I think it is. You see, see if we can find, I think one of the last images is that we have... that's the Mohammedan rosary. I'm not sure what you would call it in the Mohammedan faith, but they just, in regards to the names of so-called God, I've heard, when I studied it, there was like 2 ways of doing it. In regards of the names, and the Roman Catholics have the rosary thing and all that, and I studied that as well in regard, but I can't remember the details, but it's something in regards of this mystery and blah blah. You can look it up, it's out there. So we have a Buddhist statue, we have, I think it's the Mohammedans, then we have the Jews over here, and then we have the Roman Catholics over here. oh, we're all worshiping God and blah blah blah. Yeah, you're all worshiping Satan. That's what you are. That's the God you're worshiping, if anything. So, yeah. So, as I understand it, the two keys for political power and or temporal power and spiritual power, they believe that they have the ultimate power of political and spiritual power on this earth. Anyway, that's in regards of ultramontanists that believe that the Pope, or the Poop, sorry, my mistake there, that the Poop is, the great smelly Poop is to rule the whole world. That's an ultramontanist. Anyway, yes, and they have been refuted time and again on websites such as so-called Father Blooms and my own. Maybe he's a Jesuit as well. Who knows? Anyway, again, Satan has some of the most educated people out there, so you have to be aware that some of that these are very that they can be very, very, very clever. So he says, are they not for real? They are for real, all right, but they are wrong. Hey, the thing is, just show that we have a huge gap between us, Romanist and Protestants or Christian. We have a huge gap between the Roman Catholic Church, and because we're going to follow the Bible and not the Antichrist. Then he says, come on, give me something more logical. They are a Catholic priest and the scriptures. Come on, give me something more logical. You are a Catholic priest and the scriptures, but the word of God is not enough for you. What a tragedy. Having the light, you prefer to be in darkness. Having the bread of life, you are starving to death. Am I an anti-Catholic? And that's actually one of the interviews that this is one of the things that might have gone over my head, hearing this interview where Alberto seems kind of handling very badly. But I do, some of the things that he's pointing to, in regards of, do you believe the Bible? He's trying, in regards to the Bible, he's trying to get the so-called Lutheran priest that is interviewing him to realize, and also in regards of his Lutheran heritage, in regards of who they believe who was the Antichrist. So Alberto Rivera is just pointing him in the direction. Do you believe the Bible? In regards of what it says. Because in the Bible it talks about the Roman horn and the Catholic the whore and the beast, and all that. And so he's trying to get the guy over to, do you believe the Bible? And in regards of the heritage of the Catholic heritage, he's pointing to that as well. And what would be the Lutheran heritage? And what would be the Lutheran heritage in regards of the, that would be, for example, Luther's book in regards of Against the Roman Papacy, an institution of the devil. So, I still think that Alberto could have maybe handled it a lot better. But anyway, he might have had a lot of attacks and slander going around, and so he maybe just got fed up at that point and just trying to get this Lutheran preaching, this so-called Lutheran preacher in regards to the heritage, in regards to who's the Antichrist. Who did the Lutherans believe that the Antichrist was? And in regards to the whole Revelation, go back to Martin Luther. That is what your church is called after, right? And that's the same thing in Denmark. No one seems to know. No one seems to want to know. It's like they're just running away from you when you talk about it, or trying, to flatten it out. Oh, it's not really that important and this and that. It's not important. Well, not important in regards to the Reformation. not important in regards of the protest. It's insane. It's utterly insane. These people are just, it seems like they're gatekeepers, gatekeepers for, what's it called? Gatekeepers for not letting the truth out, Anyway, come on, give me something more logical. You are a Catholic priest and you know the scriptures, but the word of God is not enough for you. What a tragedy. Having the light, you prefer to be in darkness. Having the bread of life, you are starving to death. Am I an anti-Catholic? Having the bread of life, you are starving to death. Am I an anti-Catholic? And he says, yes. And he says, of course not. I love Catholics. And then he says, of course you are. It is not about loving Catholics or not. It is about speaking falsehood about brothers in Christ. The sin is in the lie. We are not reading your heart, only objecting to your false statements. Again, false statement. The question is it false? That's the thing. Is it false? Oh, yeah. And that's where the Protestants, or at least in the old times, the Protestant disagreed with the Roman Catholic institution. And then you have to find out who is speaking the truth and who is actually lying. Because if you have two groups telling that the other is lying, well, someone, either both are wrong, or one is right and the other is wrong. So, anyway. Let's see here. Of course you are. It's not about... The sin is in the lie. We are not reading your heart, only objecting to your false statements. Again, who is promoting false statement? Again, we have two different groups talking about false statement. Again, who is speaking the truth? I know they need desperately to trust Jesus Christ as their only and solely Savior. And then it says, Amen. We have taught no differently. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? So the cookie, that you believe that the priest makes into God, or Jesus Christ, that you're allowed to worship, apparently, which is adultery. Now, of course, I'm accursed by the Council of Trent, I think it is, in regards of saying this. But then the cookie is sacrificed for the dead and the living over and again and again and again and again and again and again and again. In the Roman Catholic whorehouses, that's what you believe, isn't it? And the thing is, it's just incredible. It's like they're telling some of what they, believe, yet forgetting, the rest. It's like they have a front of telling, and then, they're not telling you what they actually have in the back store, or whatever you want to call it. And it says, Amen, we have taught no differently. Last I checked, Catholics believed in one Savior, just as Protestants do. Well, do you believe in the cookie Jesus? Do you believe in the Mass? Anyway, and people don't know about this, and the Protestants are running back. And when you begin to feed some of the Protestants, it seems like, or some of the former that have, and they begin to question. And I just wish that more Christians would question, the Roman Catholics. Because if you're not going to question them about things, you won't, they won't tell you, They just they won't tell you what they actually believe. It's the same thing with many other religions. And it says, Apostle Peter, the one you say was the first so-called Pope, answered Jesus, Lord, to whom shall we go? Thou hast the words of eternal life. John 6:68. Only him is the one who can forgive your sins. And then he goes on to say, Amen. This only goes to prove that every falsehood contains some truth, so that more people can be fooled. It's insane. Yeah, but it's just insane. The blue guy is speaking the truth here, not the other guy. In case you may wonder if I know for sure the teaching of the Roman Catholic Church, I don't have to wonder. It is obvious that you do not from what you write. Oh, really? I want to let you know that I lived in Mexico with my parents for almost 30 years. So what? Question mark. Everyone have to learn their faith as an individual. Then he says, do I know what the Roman Catholic Church teaches? Of course. And then he says, of course not. Well, someone is lying, right? You know, if one says, I know what the Catholic Church teaches, and then the other guy says, no, you don't. And that's the same thing, you know, it's something when you're talking to people and they say, oh yeah, this and that about you, and they don't even know you. It's like, oh yeah, this and that and all that. They seem to know you better than you yourself, know yourself, and they claim these, different things about you that is not true. I guess it seems like a little of the same, that this guy, one guy is saying, yeah, I know what the Roman Catholic Church teaches. I've lived in Mexico with my parents for almost 30 years. And then the other guy says, of course not. Well, of course not. Okay, okay. And I know that, so then it goes on, and I know that almost every Roman Catholic do not know Jesus Christ as their personal Savior. And it goes on here. I'm amazed by your godlike ability to read into the hearts of men. And he writes back, and those who by the mercy of God are saved, they cannot remain in the Catholic Church. And then it says, exactly as I stated above, this is classic anti-Catholicism. But yeah, I'm an anti-Catholic. I would agree with that, I think this system is the most wicked system in the world. There's nothing that compares to the Roman Catholic Church and the lies and the deception and the darkness that is found in this satanic system. So yeah, I can accept that I'm an anti-Catholic, absolutely. In regards to Roman Catholicism, that's not to say that I don't. I have so much love to Catholics that I'm willing to tell them the truth, even if I risk being killed or murdered. So anyway, so let's see. Then he goes, such as Alberto Rivera, Richard Bennett, et al. I'm not sure what that means. Etc. And so on. All you say, you are amazed of how an ex-Catholic priest can give such a distorted presentation of Catholic teaching. Believe me, it's not distorted. Probably you are the one who don't know Catholic teaching very well, or perhaps you are totally deceived. Yeah, totally deceived might not be far from the truth. Of course, it's interesting. He's using Alberto Rivera and Richard Bennett, and yet Richard Bennett was actually discounting Alberto Rivera as a priest. It just seems kind of odd that Richard Bennett would have, because I don't know when Richard Bennett actually coming out as an anti-Catholic in regards of, I don't know his story in regards to that, but if he's actually coming after Alberto, maybe, you never know. I don't know. Or maybe he just didn't know any better in regards of Alberto, or maybe, it just seems strange that he would say that he was, let's see, converting to Protestant. Converted Irish priest Richard Bennett concerning fake Catholic religion. Again, maybe Richard Bennett might have just been deceived in regards of some other guys speaking against Alberto or something like that. But I don't know. But it's just. but on his website, he also have different Catholics that have, okay, let's see here. Mr. Bennett has since made it his life work to try to bring others out of the Catholic Church. I read his story before. It was either recommended to me by my parents or my pastor when I was considering becoming Catholic. I decided to read through his testimony again and remembered why I had written him off the first time around. I had read his testimony before, and I remember being surprised that an ex-priest used the same lies about Catholicism as his reason for leaving the church that most Protestants, who are often just assumed to be ignorant, use. To some extent, we could blame the church. I mean, here they had a priest who had not been probably catechized. I want to catechize. What is that for? Catechized. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I was thinking in regards of these catechism, in regards of instructed, whatever. Yeah, okay. All of the instructed in Roman Catholic law, I guess, in regards of man-made law. But this was also a man who, by his own telling of it, never sought out his authorities in the Catholic Church to confirm or deny his understanding of Catholicism. Rather, he chose to assume that all were no more formed in their faith than he was. He also assumed that they all desired a certain fame and worship of their fellow man that he admits he desired. How arrogant. This is striking difference from the conversion story that go the other direction, at least all of them that I've heard, Protestant to Catholic. In these stories like that of Scott Ham, the first one I ever heard, and the scores of Protestant pastors who have become Catholic, whose stories can be heard at the coming, whatever, okay. Didn't really give me much information on. And by the way, this thing that popped up, usually you don't even read them, and actually, let's try actually go again and see what it actually says. But of course now I've accepted it, so it probably knows that I've accepted it. So no, it's not coming up. But what am I accepting? That's the question. And again, if the search engines, now this is Google, just pretty much removed all the websites coming up with these pop-ups, I would be pretty pretty happy. Because why have a website coming up with, you need to accept this and that to be on us on our website? Give me a break. You can't write anything without having to accept something, give me a break. This is in regards to cookies, okay. This site uses cookies. By continuing to browse this site, you agree to its privacy policy. Again, so I need to read the privacy policy, whatever. And again, you can use your whole life on reading one document after another in regards of what I need to accept and this and that, and yeah. One can write apparently in regards of the privacy policy, whatever. Anyway, by the way, this is his website, Berean Beacon. Now it's kind of sad that I've been that he has banned, that I'm banned from his profile, because it would be interesting to I just have questions, it just feels like, well, if you're just going to ban me, there's no way of having a talk, right? So resources, links, languages, about us. But as I understand it, the ministry believe that we're going in heaven after we die, and the same thing with Jack Chick. And again, I don't believe that is true. Again, the Seventh-day Adventists are a lot closer to the truth in that regard. And it seems Jehovah's Witnesses as well in regards to the doctrine. Yeah. They are an organization under Section 501c3. As I understand it, that's like, in regards of government things and all that. And then there was something about that you're not allowed to speak about certain things if you are under this thing. I remember there's a lot of things. You come by this thing a lot of times. Let's see what is... there was something about that they are not allowed to but I haven't to be taxed except under Section 501 C3 of the Eternal must be there was something that you agree to different things, but I haven't. Yeah, of course, it doesn't really matter in regards of, but in regards of researching and all that. Okay, apparently there's A and C3, whatever. Oh, even more. I guess I could find something in regards of YouTube on that. In regards of, I heard different Christians talks about an issue with this. I can't remember the details. Again, it's like a cup overflowing with information. So I have a way of losing. Here we have someone talking about something at least, some in regards of dangers, at least. What is a 513 CE non-profit? Some more information maybe. But I think there was something about that you're not allowed to talk about specific things. Christian, let's see. If you come under the government in regards to this. So it becomes an issue in regards of money. Here we have churches is against God and Christian. Deception, the church stocks. And here, by the way, here you see the Catholic guy standing in the middle of these two, right? Yeah, who's in control. That's my issue, I guess. Something to look into. Just remember there were some issues on that topic. Let's go back to the... Now that was the oath. There we go. So, exactly as I stated above, this is classic anti-Catholicism. And he writes, the blue guy, such as Alberto Rivera, Richard Bennett, etc., or so on. All you say you are amazed of how an ex-Catholic priest can give such a distorted presentation of Catholic teaching. Believe me, it's not distorted. Probably you're the one who don't know Catholic teaching very well, or perhaps you're totally deceived. Oh, I see. So a priest with a seminary education does not know his own church teaching, while the former Catholic with an axe to grind does, simply because he lived in Mexico for 30 years. I find this hilarious, funny, but of course tragic at the same time. So is he talking about the guy who was in Mexico, was actually a priest as well, or this blue guy? I'm not sure. I urge you to watch a video of a debate between Dave Hahn and Carl Keating. I saw them debate in person. It may be the same one you've referred to. I guess I think I might also have seen that actually. I guess the problem with all these is that you get into a lot of entanglements and using a lot of time on yeah, let's see here. That must be this one. That was in regards of the is Roman Catholicism is a cult, Ravi Zacharias at Texas, and that that's also in regards to the Book of the Cults, and he's asking the question in regards of the Book of the Cults why Roman Catholicism is not found in it, because this guy is the editor now. Let's see.
Down by him, Jesus Christ, is both the flesh and the blood of that incarnated Jesus. Origin, in his homily.
I'm not sure I've seen this, not entirely sure at least. But it will be interesting, of course, to check. Oh, there we have Dave. And he wrote a lot of books, so also against the Mohammedans and also against the Roman Catholics. Now, I think that and he also knew about, regards of Hinduism and all that. He was, he got around. This guy, by the way, Dr. Grady McCarthy or something like that, he believes in creationism, and he's pretty good as well. Pretty nice. Anyway, going to download that to have a look later on. So let's see here. Go back. Where was it? There we go. Okay. So I saw them debate in person. It may be the same one you refer to. And then the blue guy, can Roman Catholicism be identified with early Christianity? If you haven't watched it yet, you are missing something that can give you a clear perspective of what is the true and biblical Christianity. This was also some of the things that I've researched, to find out what was in regards to the Nazarenes, the Anabaptists, and those Spanish Christians that actually came, where the Jewish Christians also was, and Rome didn't like that. They got too close to the truth in regards to having the festivals of God and the faith of Jesus Christ and all that. But anyway, and of course we have the other groups. Dave Hunt talked about the Waldensians at that point, and of course there's different groups that was persecuted by the Roman Catholic insane asylum. Okay, so let's see here. If it is the one I attended, Hunt did no such thing. Here's what I wrote about it elsewhere. Dave Hunt debated Carl Keating in the Detroit area on the historical proposition, was the early church Catholic, without citing a single church father all night. Give me a break. When I pointed out the absurdity of this to him by email, he retorted, "You missed the whole point of my debate that I do not," and that's the thing, the Catholics have a way of missing it all, just totally missing the points. "You missed the whole point of my debate that I do not go to the church fathers to find out what the early church was like or what it should have been like, but I quoted the Bible. The Bible is what tells us about the early church. What's the point of looking to the early church fathers? They could have departed from the truth as well. Our only sure knowledge of the early church was and should have been the scriptures, personally letter of April." But anyway, in regards to the Nazarenes, we can still learn a lot in regards to which is actually the mother church of all the other churches, So, but of course, Rome calls herself the mother church, yet if anyone was the mother church, it has to be the Jerusalem church, not Rome. Anyway, that's another thing. Such a view is embarrassing, to say the least, with great restraint, and is self-refuting. Thus, I will not waste my time answering it. Articulate Protestants tell me that sola scriptura does not cancel out tradition or church history, yet with statements like this and the non-existence of any substantial recourse to the history of Christianity before 1517, and he talks about the where Luther stands against it. But that was Protestant before Luther. It's just sprang really, really. We had the Waldensians that had kept the things alive. So, for example, so down through history, you can find these different groups that are keeping it alive and are being persecuted by the Roman Catholic Church, fulfilling scripture of killing off the saints. And in regards of the documents we have to be careful, because Satan have a way of censoring and removing things. So you have to discern what is going on in regards to the puzzle pieces here and there. And for example, like this guy, Crosenstorm, which I have problems with. But in any case, I can still get, a view into his, what he is about and what is going on and all of that by reading these, eight lectures or something like that he is attacking the Jewish, or actually the biblical festivals, yet he's beginning to promote Christ Mass, because he says Rome knew in regards to the birth of Jesus and blah, 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 blah. Well, it couldn't have been something to do with the sun god, could it? In regards to the solar god, Sol Invictus. But anyway, so you can follow it along how they corrupt a little by little by little how Rome really works and all that. So, So one have to be aware and collect the puzzle pieces here and there and so forward. I became that much more hostile to sola scriptura. I see all around me the fruit it produces. Christians who can't see past their own nose and couldn't care less about even the most brilliant so-called fathers, such as St. Augustine. Well, that's not true again. But a lot of the material from the past, now we do have a lot of material still that we can reconstruct a lot of things, but there is a lot of people that Rome didn't really like and their information, and thereby we do not have that information available today. Now, things tend to spring forward sometimes and so forward. But take a guy like Melito. We don't have that much from Melito. And Melito was one of these guys that believed in the 1,000-year kingdom on earth. And this was one of the early things that was thought of as heretical. Even if Melito was very close to the sources, and when you read him, you know that this guy knew a lot, It's just incredible to see what this guy, what we have left. Some of it's just wonderful to read. But we don't have more of the things, and I think we can thank Rome for that, and other things as well. That I think again we can thank Rome that we don't have, because it didn't really, support the things that they wanted, to go into that direction of darkness. We can't have too much light, So anyway, Satan is, in regards of deception, brilliant, and how he removed, well, in some sense, if he does, in regards to deception, of course, he just does remove and censor things, You can just see what is happening in our time and see how it works, It's really, 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 and why wouldn't that be going on in the past? Satan has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. And of course, it was happening in the past as well. Burning documents, removing documents that could, anyway. So let's see here. Who is often inexplicable, claimed by the rare history-minded Protestant as one of their own, or even the heritage of their own forerunners, the Reformers, quite often eschewing the very little Protestant. I must say I've never understood or comprehended a historical mindset and I never possessed it as a Protestant, since, as Newman says, to be deep in history is to cease to be a Protestant. I was destined to become a Catholic eventually. Yeah, well, I don't agree with that. Oh, one have to remember, and this is very important to remember, the words of our master that said that the eatable seed, the weed, the weed, was what would be growing up with the poisonous darnel. And this happened very early on in the 1st century. So when you read things in the past, you have to have that in the back of your head. So anyway, I sincerely hope you may ponder what I write to you, and this is the blue guy, and in so doing you arrive at the same conclusion the same conclusion than me. Roman Catholicism is totally contrary to the Word of God. And he says, I have arrived at precisely the opposite conclusion. I have debated or refuted in writing most of the leading anti-Catholics today. James White, John Ankerberg, William Webster, David King, Eric Swenson, Jason Engver, and others. Yeah, whatever. Almost all of them, the only exception was Engver, split after my first reply, never counter-responding. That doesn't appear to me as the confidence of one who possesses the truth and knows about the falsehood of Catholicism, particularly since in every case I offer to post their words on my website, just as I am doing with you. I continue to support Catholicism from the Bible in articles and books. You're welcome to try and answer any of my papers. I will counter-respond to any such attempt. Unlike my anti-Catholic buddies who always run for the hills as soon as they're decisively answered. That's not true, but sometimes it's just so outrageous that, it's just a lost, you feel like it's a lost cause. I don't know what happened in regards to the other guys, but, sometimes you get into a point where it just feels like total lost cause, So brought to you by Dave Armstrong, 2nd Lieutenant Colonel, I'm not sure, year 2000, division of the Jesuit, Jewish banker, Nazi communist, Illuminati, Pan-African, Masonic, Trilateral Commission, New Age, World Conspiracy, uploaded on January 1999. If you flip 1999 upside down, do you know what it becomes? Reply and counter reply added on 9 July 2003. If you added all the numbers up of this date plus 4 for the 4 letters of July, you get 1818. It's the sum of 3 6s. Oh no. Okay, well. So I guess he's making fun of the number 666. And who is the man of the number 666? Well, yeah. I wonder what that is in regards of Luther's fascination of corresponding. Because, oh well. Anyway, so we got through that. The real presence in regards of the cookie Jesus. There you have the cookie Jesus. And it says, Catholic belief in the Eucharist hasn't changed. No, they are still committing adultery. But that is what they are so much into. The cookie Jesus. I guess this must be a Catholic site of some sort. Here we go. Catholic belief in Eucharist hasn't changed in a quarter century. So that's like, whatever. The real presence in the Eucharist. Do Catholics believe today? Question mark. Again, they believe this cookie becomes the literal body, blood, flesh, sinews, and soul of Jesus Christ. And they are allowed to worship this dry cookie. That's idolatry. Recently, my friend Bishop Robert Barron let his righteous anger fly on his blog concerning the new Pew research showing that only 1/3 of Catholics believe in the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. That's the cookie. He and I were in seminary together, and he certainly deserved the title of best Catholic apologist. He was right to be angry about the incredible aridity of, these people, well educated and so forward, using a lot of words that, I have no idea what aridity, flabbergasting you with these, huge, let's see.
Aridity.
The quality of yielding nothing of value and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Incredible heredity of Catholic Eucharist belief, but he and other commentators have become incensed over this fact as if it were a new thing. It is not. Catholic belief in the real presence in America has not changed in 27 years. Back in 1992, when Gallup, blah, 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 believed in the real presence, and nearly 70% had a heretical view of the Eucharist. That's a thing. The Roman Catholic Church believed in the cookie Jesus. So they believed, here we go, see here, see if that, despite everything we Catholic educators, pastoral leaders, and catechists have attempted, even with the introduction and implementation of the catechism and a new translation of the Mass prayers, that's in regards to the Mass, but anyway, like Christ Mass, anyway, Catholics haven't changed. Most of those who profess the faith are as heretical as Berenger of Tours, I have no idea who this is, who arguably caused all this mess 1,000 years ago, deciding that the how of the real presence was more important than the fact that there truly was one. The Albigensians and the Protestant reformers. Well, does the cookie just not become Jesus, okay? It's symbolic. The idea is to break the bread, not just have a cookie and just put it in your mouth, The idea is to break the bread because his body was broken once and for all. Not a continual, perpetual sacrifice done by a Roman Catholic priest, focus only on the how of Christ Eucharist. I don't care. I don't really care about the how, because in regards to the how, they go to Greek pagan sources. What's he called? The guy, and that's the same in regards of the locust Bible software. And they were like, I think it was that website where they were promoting that in regards, have to know some Greek philosophy and all that. Why, and this is a Catholic thing. They go to, not Socrates, not Plato, but the other guy, the third guy. They go to this guy and, get the idea how transubstantiation, really, whatever. It's just insane. These people is outrageous. Anyway, so let's see here. What did I have of other things? Luther, fascinating correspondence. Is he talking to the Antichrist here or something like that? Office of the papacy, yeah. Let's see here. For Luther, it was roughly the opposite. He disrespected the office of the papacy as the Antichrist, but seems to have had a measure of respect for. Well, he grew and he had some issues in regards of, and he had some doubt. But as time went on and growing, yeah. But anyway, the late Luther is, or what do you call it, the later Luther is much more interesting to read than the former Luther. But anyway, in regards to Pope Francis' prayer, you can go look at that. In regards to this ecumenical movement, you can also see the other ecumenical movement where this guy, this deceptive guy that is now dead, says that, oh, maybe we're now all Catholics. Of course, there's no protest. The protest is over. Oh, really? Really? Well, as long as the hall of the Babylon Hall of Revelation is here, well, there will be a protest. Now, don't call anyone on earth Father. How much more clearer can it be? And yet, every single, priest in the Roman Catholic insanity institution are called Father. And what does Jesus say? Don't call anyone Rabbi either. What are all the Jews calling those, calling them rabbis? Oh, well, anyway. I guess it would be interesting in regards of Dave Hunt. I think I'll look into that and have a look what he talks about. I'm not sure if I've heard that that debate. In defense of former Jesuit Alberto Rivera, was that the 3 pages? That was probably the 3 pages. That's something to read as well. In defense of former Jesuit Alberto Rivera, when Czech publication first published the personal testimony of former Jesuit Alberto Rivera, Rome called upon her ecumenical contacts to go on the attack. Rome's friends attacked the way they always have by attacking the messenger, not wanting to publicly discuss the serious charges Alberto lays against his former church. They tried to discredit him personally, hoping people would then not read his message. The most famous of these personal attacks was an open letter published in Christianity Today, which has been copied and distributed around the world many times since the 1980s. Upon reading this attack, a Christian named James Huston, who had read enough of history to know the truth of Alberto charges, came forward. Following is the letter he wrote in defense. So this is James Huston. I have no idea who that is. That would be an interesting guy to look up as well, of course. And of course read his letter, but let's see here. No, yeah, don't know. Anyway, I'll look into that later. Okay, let's go back to the. So history to know the truth of Alberto's charges came forward. Following is the letter he wrote in defense of Alberto Rivera. Since the Christianity Today letter is still being distributed to attack Alberto's good God-given message, even going so far as to deny he was ever a priest, we feel it is appropriate to make Houston's rebuttal available as well. It is vital that Bible-believing Christians understand the true nature of the Roman Catholic Church, so they will understand why they need to reach out in love to Catholics to lead them to saving faith in Christ. Editor, Christianity Today, and Dear Sir, I read your 3-page articles exposing JT Chicks Alberto to be a fraud. See Christianity Today, March the 13th, 1981. That's before I was born. I would like to make the following comments on the same, hoping that God, in His sovereignty, would allow this letter to be printed in full in a future issue of Christianity Today. I do wonder if it was ever. But anyway, let's see. 1. Considering the evidence set forth in your article, though I find many things stated of which Alberto Rivera may or may not be guilty, I can find no evidence in the article that proves him to be a fraud. Unless, of course, I'm misunderstanding the word fraud. You do state that Rome herself has to say about Alberto. You do state what Rome herself has to say about Alberto, who in a right frame of mind, unless they are totally ignorant of history, would give heed to her words in the light of the following evidence. And it's still I would still get the, Alberto talks about this Spanish magazine, and I think it was translated into English. I would really like to read that at some point. But anyway, her teaching that the end justifies the means allows her the freedom to lie just as long as it propagates her cause. B. H.G. Wells, noted historian, in his book Cruz and Sada, states, page 105, Roman Catholicism is a broken and utterly disparate thing, capable only of malignant mischief in our awakening world. Page 155. I think that if it stands for everything most hostile to the mental emancipation and stimulation of mankind, it is the completest, most highly organized system of prejudice and some big words, and antagonisms in existence. Everywhere in the world there are ignorance and prejudice, but the greatest complex of these, with the most extensive prestige and the most intimate entanglement with traditional institutions, is the Roman Catholic Church. It presents many faces towards the world, but everywhere it is systematically in its fight against freedom. C. Lord Macaulay, in his essays on Ranker's History of the Popes, 1852, pages 548, states, and I do really wonder why I'm actually trusting these Roman Catholics that are actually attacking Alberto Rivera, thinking about it. Usually they just tell lies, Roman Catholics are just, puking lies all the time. Why would I, it's just, why would I expect anything else from them than more lies, It's just, yeah. Anyway. So Rank's History of Popes, 1852, pages 548, states, it is impossible to deny that the polity of the Church of Rome is the very masterpiece of human wisdom. ... The experience of 1,200 eventful years, one of these words again, ingenuity and patient care of 40 generations of statesmen have improved that polity to such perfection that among the contrivances which have been devised for conceiving and controlling mankind, it occupies the highest place. And that's the thing in regards of, you have other quotes in regards to talking about that the Catholic Church have in regards of politics, they really rule that game in regards of knowing how to play the game of political, the political game, and getting above everything. Again, Macaulay, in his History of England, Volume 1, page 47, states, the lowliest and most fertile provinces of Europe have under her Rome's rule been sunk in poverty, in political servitude, and in intellectual torpor. Again, a word, there's a lot of words that I would need to look up. Mental inactivity,
Torpor.
I did, get the idea what it could mean, but it's pretty much, okay. And D. Charles Dickens' Life by Foster, Volume 2, page 274, describes popery as the most horrible means of political and social degradation left in the world. Something that just popped out of but anyway, okay. Number E. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 3, ant tree. I'm not sure what that, but anyway, the Church of Rome is the most formidable combination that ever was formed against the authority and security of civil governments, as well as against the liberty, reason, and happiness of mankind. Well, yeah, that was in regards of absolutely the quote in regards of absolute power, absolutely corrupts, and as I understand it was actually in regards to the papacy. So anyway, but. F. Gladstone speeches of Pope Pius, they always like Pius this, whatever, but anyway. When the Pope speaks of the liberation of the Church, he means merely this, that it is to set its foot on the neck of every other power. And you have Martin Luther's, one of his books from 1545, where where you actually see the Pope actually putting his neck on the king of Germany, and that's in the story. So the Pope wins out in this political story in 50 pages or something like that. But anyway, in Dean Stanley's Life of Dr. Arnold, Volume 2, page 411, London, 1844, we read, "This is the last night, I trust, in which I shall sleep in the Pope's dominions, for it is impossible not to be sickened with the government such as this, which discharges no one function decently. The ignorance of the people is prodigious, or enormous. How can it be otherwise?" H. Father Chinicki, in his book 50 Years in the Church of Rome, factuates the Vatican being responsible for the death of that dear man Abraham Lincoln. He states on page 512, "I come fearlessly today before the American people to say and prove that the President, Abraham Lincoln, was assassinated by the priests and Jesuits of Rome." And if you have read this book, then you have noted that the Vatican also maligned the reputation of Chinicki for his revealing the evil of Rome. This book was very popular when I first got converted, 1957. Today you probably could not purchase this book in most Christian bookstores, due to mainly to the influence of the charismatic movement, which has been raised up by Satan to lure true Christians into the judgment of idolatrous Rome, though God's word forbids his people to have fellowship with these wafer God idolaters. I would agree in regards of they are wafer God idolatries. They have a dry cookie God. And we see 2 Corinthians 6, 14 and 18. Again, that's Paul, and I do have issues with Paul. That's not to say that, but I think Paul was probably the first so-called pope. But anyway, or the beginning of this system. But anyway, that's my view. And a wolf in sheep clothing that could, if it was possible, deceive the elect. Anyway, that's another topic. I'm not going to go into that. It seems rather strange that many Roman Catholics are coming out of Rome, and at the same time, many born-again Christians are going into Rome. You would think that the testimonies of so many former Roman Catholics would be a sufficient warning to these poor deluded souls, but alas, Satan, still posing as an angel of light, captivated the hearts and minds of many. Of course, at the root of this apostasy is sinful pleasure. For the charismatic movement allows its followers to do their own thing, with the word repentance being almost, if not totally, absent from their vocabulary. And though these reprobates have been bought with a price, they now deny the Lord that bought them. For they have chosen the way of Cain. May God use this message to turn some of these souls back into the way before they come to experience just what Paul meant when he said that they all might be damned who believed not the truth but had pleasure in unrighteousness. 2 Thessalonians 2:12. Again, Paul also, the problem with Paul is not when he speaks truth. The problem with Paul when he's telling some things that, is kind of not true. But anyway, there's number I. D. Martin Lloyd-Jones, author of the well-recognized commentary on Romans, published by Zondervan. Romans is again Paul. In his sermon preached in Westminster Chapel. It's just funny, people it's like a lot of Christians just use Paul all the time and not going to Jesus, what Jesus says, Paul might this, Paul might that, Paul might whatever, What about Jesus? Because that's the one we are called to follow, Anyway, in his sermon preached in and even using Paul to attack the words of Jesus, Yeah, but Paul says, well, Jesus says, so who are you going to trust? If Jesus says this and Paul says that, what should be the reasonable thing to do then? Well, go with Jesus, not Paul, right? Oh, you have to, it's just... Oh, give me a break. Anyway, in his sermon preached in Westminster Chapel on January 29, 1961, and printed in the Westminster Record, May 1963, states, this system, Romanism, is altogether more dangerous than is communism itself, because this is a counterfeit. This does it in the name of Christ. This is the scarlet woman. This is the most horrible, foul deception of all, because it uses his name. And this is okay, yeah. Let me warn you, and this is from, where was it from? 1963. Okay. Let me warn you very solemnly that if you rejoice in these approaches to Rome, you are denying the blood of the martyrs. There is no difficulty about this. This is a counterfeit, a sham. This is a prostitution of the worst and most diabolical kind. It is indeed a form of the Antichrist, and it is to be rejected, it is to be denounced, but above all, it is to be countered. That's a pretty good quotation here, I think. They knew what they were talking about for sure. Oh, by the way, in regards of, Kierkegaard in Denmark, he seemed to have found the issue in regards of Paul as well. But, no one really wanted to listen to him in regards to the churches, apparently. But, of course, they just want to keep status quo in regards of their traditions and not really actually go back to the Bible. J. A.B. Simpson, founder of the Christian and Missionary Alliance with headquarters at Nyack, New York, states very clearly in his book, The Fourfold Gospel, page 84, the following. The predicted falling away has long ago begun, and the man of sin has set in God's temple already the full time of the prophetic cycle, and the process has begun which is to consume and destroy unto the end. The papacy has fulfilled almost all the lineaments of its marvelous portrait. Again, we have one of these big words. There's a lot of these big words,
Lineament.
Lineaments. Oh, well. Again, in the Christian and Missionary Alliance magazine, editorial page, August 1st, 1903, we read, the death of the Pope after a protracted illness and a prolonged career of successful administration of the great religious body over which he presided marked an epoch of great importance. While all bitter controversial spirit may well be hushed in the presence of death, yet we cannot but utter humble protest against the reckless and indiscriminate way in which many Christians and Christian journals seem to forget, notwithstanding the highest personal qualities, that this man was the head of and front of the most pernicious and dangerous, and again pernicious, I do wonder in regards to that, exceedingly harmful,
Pernicious.
deadly, pestilent, Baneful and okay, wait. Harmful, okay. Pernicious and dangerous system of religion on earth today, the very antichrist of prophecy and the unchanged enemy of Christ and his most holy faith. Certainly, there is no mistaking the intent of dear brother Simpson's words in this editorial, for which I give thanks to our dear Lord for recording such a witness for later generations. Hallelujah. K. J.C. Ryle in his book, Warning to the Churches, published to the Banner of Trust, page 163 states, surely when the mind of God about idolatry is so plainly revealed to us in his word, it seems the height of infatuation in... Oh, there's another word of these big words, infatuation.
Infatuation.
A foolish and usually extravagant passion, love, or admiration, temporal love of the adolescent, whatever. Yeah, okay. Infatuation in anyone to join a church so steeped in idolatries as the Church of Rome. Again, they are right on the mark. To enter into communion with her when God is saying, come out of her, that ye be not partakers of her sins and receive not of her plagues. Revelation 18:4, to seek her when the Lord is warning us to leave her, to become her subjects. When the Lord's voice is crying, escape for thy life, flee from the wrath to come. All this is mental blindness. Again, on page 166, we read, when Rome has repelled the decrees of Trent and her additions to the creed, when Rome has recanted her false and unscriptural doctrines, when Rome has formally renounced image worship, Mary worship, and transubstantiation, then and not till then it will be time to talk of reunion with her. Till then there is a gulf between us, amen, which which cannot be honestly bridged. But, we have the bridge builder, right? The Antichrist. Till then, I call on all churchmen to resist to the death this idea of reunion with Rome. Till then, let our watchwords be no peace with Rome, no communion with idolaters. Well says the admirable Bishop in his apology, we do not decline concord and peace with men, but we will not continue in a state of war with God that we might have peace with men. If the Pope does indeed desire we should be reconciled to him, he ought first to reconcile himself to God. And in regards of the Pope, it's the Antichrist, so why would we ever reconcile him, the whole system of this wicked institution would have to die out, There will be ever be a union with this. It will be destroyed, in the future. Oh, well. There cannot be union with the Antichrist. It's just stupid if to run back to this filthy system. I'm not sure what that letter is. It's like I or something like that. John Wesley, in his explanatory notes upon the New Testament, Revelation 13:1, Proposition 5, page 697, the beast is the Roman papacy. This manifestly follows from the third and fourth propositions. The beast has strict connection with the city of Rome, and the beast is now existing. Therefore, either there is some other power more strictly connected with that city, or the Pope is the beast. Well, I would agree. The Pope is the man of the number 666. Albert Barnes, in his one-volume commentary on the New Testament published by Gregel, also declares without any hesitation that Rome is Babylon. See Revelation 13 and 17. 17. My copy is on loan at the present time. and Henry Haley in the famous Haley's Bible Handbook. That's the place where they removed the history of, but anyway, published by Zondervan, contrasts the Roman papacy with the beast of Revelation 13 and in Revelation 17, page 732, he states, the horrors, and actually it would be interesting to actually look in my book if I can find that directly, because then they would be using an older version of the book. But of course there's different versions of the book, so in regards of, let's see, where is that book? It's up here. I'm probably not going to find it on the page, but just out of interest, just to see. And that was the thing that 700 and what? Let's see, 700 what? 732. Okay, 32. I don't think I will, because again, there's different versions of Haley's book. Let's see here. So yeah, 700 and this is in regards of select Bible verses, so it's not really about that. Again, there's different versions of Haley's Bible book, yeah. Oh well, let's continue. Yeah. But it's probably in the history section that they removed. But again, well, in regards of Billy Graham buying the rights to the book, I don't know why they would ever sell him the, But anyway, I guess that's a problem when you have copyright, I guess. Because if there wasn't any copyright on it, people could have continued, whoever is out there that wanted in regards of truthfully continuing to... anyway. The horrors of the Inquisition ordered and maintained by the popes, and this is from this Haley's Bible Handbook. The horrors of the Inquisition ordered and maintained by the popes over a period of 500 years, and according to his wife, he actually used a lot of time on the history of getting this chapter together and all that. And she said he would never have have allowed that it would be taken out, or anyway. The horrors of the Inquisition ordered and maintained by the popes over a period of 500 years, in which unnumbered millions were tortured and burned, constitute the most brutal, beastly, and devilish picture in all history. It is inconceivable that any ecclesiastical organization in its mania for power could have distorted and desecrated and corrupted for its own exaltation the beautiful and holy religion of Jesus as the papacy has done. But facts are facts. And most amazing of all, it seems exactly prefigured in Revelation. That's the last book of the Bible. No wonder John's vision made him sick of heart. 10:10. Yeah, no wonder. If you just look at the torture devices they have. Look at the torture. Just look at the torture devices they have. It should be enough to just, how could any Christian organization ever invent, these devilish sick inventions of torture and actually killing people, as So Matthew Henry, commenting on 2 Thessalonians that's Paul, by the way, Thessalonians 2:4, to whom can this better apply than to the bishops of Rome? Bishop Ellicott has this to say concerning Revelation 17. Is it then the question must be asked, Papal Rome? The answer is, insofar as Papal Rome has wielded tyrant power. That's, I guess, he's the triune tyrant. He has three crowns. He's trying to imitate God. Satan wants to be like God, right? And God has 3 crowns, so that Satan wants 3 crowns, Anyway, has yielded tyrant power, turned persecutor, stood between the spirit of men and Christ, depraved men's conscience, withheld the truth, connived, again, a lot of words that, it's just couldn't they keep it at a 4th grade level so I can follow along? Connive, encourage or send to a legal or criminal. Okay, connive. Okay, connived at viciousness, sought aggrandizement. Oh, okay. That's really some words to the act of increasing the wealth, prestige,
aggrandizement,
power or scope,
aggrandizement,
okay. Anyway, and being a political machine rather than a witness for the righteous king, she has inherited the features of Babylon. The recognition of these features led Dante to apply this very passage in the Apocalypse to Rome under the rule of the worldly and tyrant popes, or the popes, the great church. So Q, William Smith in his Smith Bible Dictionary, published by Hallman, 4,000 questions and answers, page 405. I do wonder if this was actually published in the magazine. What was the 4th beast like? It was terrible and strong and had iron teeth and 10 horns. 61. Who is the representative of that 4th or final power now? The Pope of Rome. The Popish system, as far as it has any remaining power. Well, I think it has more than, These are his comments on Daniel. Walter Criswell, pastor of the famed First Baptist Church of Dallas, Texas, commenting on Revelation 17, and this is number R, or the worship of the mother and child spread out throughout the whole world, from Babylonia to Assyria to Phoenicia to Pergamos, and finally to Rome itself. There the Roman emperor was elected Pontifex Maximus. And when the Roman emperor passed away, that title of the rites and mysterious of the cult of mother and child, the Babylonian mystery of idolatry, was assumed by the Bishop of Rome. Yeah. Dr. H. Ward Betcher, The Papal Conspiracy Exposed, page 176 to 177. The system as a system is false and pernicious. Pernicious, that was, in regards of exceedingly harmful. Yeah, okay. Number T, D.N. Alford, Letters from Abroad, pages 66 to 69. Rome, is the worst city in the civilized world. We also have, if you begin to look at it, you just find one after another of quotations that, but anyway, number U, John Albert Bengal, New Testament Word Studies, Volume 2, page 895. Actually, it would be interesting in regards of all the, now there's a lot of free, in regards of what the, to help some people in regards of what it means and so forward. And, usually I don't really use them much because I just want to read the Bible, but sometimes I've used them to look into, to get some ideas, to see if anything could help me, if I have some... but I really seldom use these kind of things. But it would be interesting to actually go to those chapters where, in regards to the Roman papacy is, or the book of Daniel and all that, and just look up every single and see what they actually have to say about, because I think you could find a lot of things where they talk against, and who it actually is. Anyway. John Albert Bengal, New Testament Word Studies, Volume 2, page 895, published by Kriegel. The beast is the Roman papacy. Yeah. The seat and office of the papacy, sitting on the great toilet. That's the Antichrist. And farting away and filling the whole toilet with brown stinking turds and overflowing the toilet and just going out through the whole world. So Wycliffe, Luther, Melanchthon, Knox, Latimer, Ridley, Cranmer, and so on also spoke of the Roman Church being Babylon and the papacy being the Antichrist. You see, the city of Rome is the hall, and in regards of the Antichrist is the beast, who is at the head of this insane asylum. When I was first this is number WV. When I was first converted about 25 years ago, there was in the front of the King James Version of the Bible the statement that the Pope was the man of sin. Today that has been removed. Yeah. A lot of things have been removed. It's like don't talk about it. Oh, you don't, so when Alberto comes on the line, I guess he is actually obstruction for them in some sense, or standing in their way, like Keith Green was as well. And in regards to the SDA guy as well, that interviewed Alberto as well and other people, The statement that the Pope was the man of sin, today that has been removed, just another point of the great apostasy that is taking place in regards to the true church flirting with Rome. I don't think they are flirting. I think they're jumping in bed with the whole, but I guess, flirting might also be, starting, but nowadays it just seems like total apostasy, jumping in the bed of the hall. We should note how Paul using ties in the falling away with that man of sin in 2 Thessalonians 2. My personal belief is that the main element of this apostasy is the true church seeking a common fellowship with this mother of whores, Rome, and its man of sin, the Pope, as God's. I don't like to use because the word Pope means something, and so the best thing is then to use the Pope, That's much closer to the truth as well, The stinking Pope, The Pope, as God's Israel of the Old Testament, apostatized into Babylon and her idolatry. So it seems that God's spiritual Israel of the New Testament is doing the same thing, but God still has his faithful remnant who still are crying out, "Come out of her, my people," Revelation 18:4. And last but not least, a word from the enemy herself. The bull. Okay, so that's and last but not least, a word from the enemy herself. The bull sanctum, and that's why in regards to the bull, I think bullshit comes from bull. Because the bull, that's in regards to the bull of the Antichrist. So wouldn't it be? I think bullshit is stemming from that. But anyway, I don't know. I haven't verified it, and I haven't, found anything that could. But it would be interesting if one could look in the material that we have, historical material, and actually see when this word actually first came about, and thereby see if it was actually from Protestant sources. And if it was from Protestant sources, it wouldn't be that hard to then conclude that where they pretty much, get the idea of bullshit then, right? Anyway, the bull, Martin Luther burned the bull of the Antichrist, so in fire. Anyway, the bull Sanctum issued by Boniface the 6th of November 1302, quoted in the book of Revelation by F.W.C. Nesser, page 184, reads as follows: The Roman pontiff judges all men, but is judged by no one. Who could say, "What doest thou?" Right? To the Antichrist. Well, I can say, "What are you doing? What are you, anyway. The Roman pontiff judges all men, but is judged by no one. We declare, assert, define, and pronounce to be subject to the Roman pontiff, and pontiff in regards of Pontifex Maximus, and also in regards of the so-called Chair of Peter, which I think is bullshit, but anyway. Subject to the Roman pontiff is to every human creature altogether necessary for salvation. So to be subject to the Roman pontiff, the Antichrist, is to every human creature altogether necessary for salvation. Really? I thought it was following Jesus Christ and believing him as God's Son and God in the flesh, and believing that he died for my sins on the tree and rose 3 days after, and now sits at the right hand of his Father. Oh my. The question is, who is our master? Is it the Antichrist or Christ? Who are you going to follow? Number Y, Pope Nicholas. Sounds like, Satan Claus, in regards of, what's it called, Nick? Anyway, Pope Nicholas said, quoted in Antichrist by Ian Paisley, page 54, I am all in all and above all, so that God himself and I, the vicar of God, by the way, in regards to the vicar, would be the Holy Spirit, in regards of leading us in truth. Anyway, I think that maybe I'm getting that. There was something in regards of the Antichrist thinking, he's the one that, but, that's the Holy Spirit that is to lead us into all truth, not Antichrist. Anyway, I, the vicar of God, have but one consistory. A consistory, I guess that is in regards of being of the same governing body, I guess, maybe. Consistory, governing body, I guess. And I am able to do almost all that God can do. What therefore can you make of me but God? The pride of a pope, or the poop. Proud as a poop. Oh, sorry, pope. Poop. Yeah, poop. Yeah, proud as a poop. Proud as the great poop, That's another saying that we have, right? Anyway, but even with such a great cloud of witnesses, one might be tempted, and there's many, many, many more. But anyway, but even with such a great cloud of witnesses, one might be tempted to ask the following question: has not Rome changed recently? To answer this most vital question, I turn once again to the message of D. Martin Lloyd-Jones. Ah, but you say, has not the Roman Catholic Church changed? You are simply looking back. Actually Alberto talks about that in regards of, you have the Council of Trent, and then you have a second Council of Trent. And he's talking about that in the video that this SDA is interviewing him. I might actually be another Seventh-day Adventist that interviews him, but, in regards of, what is he called? He might have had others with him and all that. What's he called? I can't remember what he was, but he has some interesting stuff. Just be careful about the SDA things and all that. But anyway, don't you realize okay, let's see here. You're simply looking back. You're speaking as if you lived in the 16th century. Don't you realize you're living in the 20th century? My answer is quite simply, the proudest boast of the Roman Catholic Church is this, that she never changes. Zemba iadam, or something, iadem. Semper Iadem. How can she change? If she changes, she will be admitting that she was wrong in the past. But she was saying then that she was infallible and that the Pope is the vicar of Christ and that he cannot make a mistake. If she says that she is capable of change, she is denying her central claim. She does not say that she is changing, and she never will. The Church of Rome remains the same. If anything, she is even worse. She has added things to what she taught in the 16th century, such as papal infallibility and so on. No, there is no change in the Church of Rome, and if there ever is one great world church, it will be because the Church of Rome has absorbed all the rest and swallowed them in their ignorance. And that seems, we are very, we are totally, we don't know much in our days. Looking once again at this maybe that should probably just be my focus instead, instead of trying to figure out, just stand for the truth, because, that's, I don't know, it's just, no, I think it's pretty established in regards of who this, what this system is and where it is and who it's run by. Anyway, looking once again at this most vital question, has not the Church of Rome changed? Just consider some of the trouble spots in the world today. 1. Cuba, which it's Castro. I wonder if Castro has ever been excommunicated from the Catholic Church. Okay. So is Castro a Roman Catholic, or I don't know. Anyway, 2, Poland with its Lech Walesa or something like that. Why did Pope Paul II tell Walesa to remain a member of the communist system, not to flaunt his rejection of basic communist principles, according to William F. Berkeley Jr., New York Daily News, February 3, 1981. I also have the newspaper talking about that when the U.S. controls the world, Rome controls the world, or something like that. And I found the newspaper clip, and I found, to verify and all that, but sadly now it costs money to get access to it. But I have had access to it when it was free, and I found it in the newspaper. No one can claim that Buckley is being prejudiced against Rome, for he himself is a staunch Roman Catholic. Buckley goes on to say one thinks back to 1948, when the Christian Democrats and the communists were fighting for the soul of Italy. On that occasion, Pope Pius the 12th issued a right of automatic excommunication from the church of any Catholic who voted for the communists or who sided with or abetted them in their work. That interdict has never been disavowed. A canonical lawyer given to Estic advocacy could theoretically prove that by giving such advice as the present Pope gave to Walesa, the Pope excommunicated himself from the Catholic Church. Ridiculous, of course, but only that grand mosaic of paradoxes and accommodations can account for the survival of the Church over the centuries. I would comment on this by saying that Berkeley would have been a wee bit truer had he used the word hypocrisies in place of the word paradoxes. Nevertheless, Berkeley, a staunch Roman Catholic, has unwittingly proven the Pope to be the hypocrite of the ages. This entire affair seems almost like a replay of the Second World War. Rome has proven herself not only to be the mother of whores, but also the mother of wars. Avro Manhattan factuates this truth in his book, Vatican and World Politics. One more statement by Buckley in this same editorial is worthy of mention. He says, writing in 1954, Whitaker Chambers predicted that the future of the West relations with the Soviet Union would best be understood by closely examining the role of Cardinal Wyszynski in Poland. Number 3, Ireland, which is which is predominantly Roman Catholic. Jimmy Bressling, New York Daily News, March the 8th, 1981, makes some interesting comments on how bloodthirsty Roman Catholics are. And you can also look in regards to the Hastati as well if you want to see the bloodthirsty of this insane asylum. The president and Haig, the general, somehow might be able to get that small war going in El Salvador, but it won't be a real good one. This is because American Catholics, who used to erupt with joy at the notion of drawing blood, are against it. There just won't be as many people killed as there could be with traditional Catholic participation. No one can accuse Breslin of being prejudiced, for he also is a Roman Catholic. And it's actually pretty long. Maybe I should stop now and take a break. But I guess we, one quote after another, and it's just seeing this system is just sickening, and people defending this system is just sickening to see. It's outrageous, sickening to see how people will defend this system and having all this baggage behind it. It's sick. Oh my. Anyway. So at least it seems I'm finding a lot more truth and exposing this this insanity system on the page of Chick, that's for sure. One quote after another, and I would absolutely agree that Rome is, the biblical hall of Revelation. So I'm kind of hungry, actually. And I don't have anything in my kitchen. Oh well. Not a single thing. I can make some tea. That's pretty much the only thing I have. Lots of salt in some sense, but salt is not really. Anyway, well, whatever. Anyway, I think I'm going to take a break. As I said, it's I've been speaking for nearly 5 hours apparently. Oops, that's my kitchen. It's a mess. I know. Well, it wasn't on purpose that I actually showed you my kitchen, but it's kind of I really need to fix it up, but it's not really good at that. So there's so many other things to find out in regards to the truth of what is happening in the world, what is going on, and so forward, and what is. There's a lot of liars and deceivers out there, so, I tend to use more time on, study and finding out this and that, and, So, but I am getting closer, for sure, compared to years ago, but it seems like people don't really care much about, the information. So, anyway, it's really sad. A Protestant nation like Denmark don't know who the Antichrist is. Incredible. Utterly incredible. And most don't care. It's incredible. Just incredible. Well, you have to give Satan one thing. He's very effective. And again, if Christians are not caring for other people, well, we go into the dark ages. Away from truth. Oh, didn't I actually have some updates that I needed to update on this system? I should have. Oh. But anyway, so that's one of, you have to, I guess, eat the meat and spit out the bones, So, anyway, have a good one, all of you. May Jehovah bless you, and may Yeshua be that most precious pearl, and don't let go of him when you have him, and may the Spirit of truth be in us all. And let us stand for truth and witness for the Son of God, and not the cookie, not the dry cookie that the Roman Catholics are worshipping, It's idolatry. Idolatry, idolatry, idolatry. Get out of her, my people, said Jesus, right? So you're not going to take, I don't know, again, I don't understand how people can be so blind, But, it's incredible. Bye-bye, all of you.